Okay, let's resume this hearing session. Moving on to matter 5, housing land supply. We'll start, because we have a few new participants for this session, to go through the introductions again. So we'll go around the table from the councils first, in an anti-clockwise direction.
Thank you, sir. Yes, hello, my name is Mrs. Anne Ormsby. I'm King's Counsel. I represent the 3 councils in the promotion of this plan, and I have with me for matter 5 Mr. MacLeod to my immediate right, who is the Director of Planning at Wychhaven and Milburn Hills, then Ms. Hannah Millman, who is Planning Policy Officer at Worcester City, and then Ms. Isabel Roberts, who is Planning Policy Officer at Wychhaven District Council.
Good morning, sir. Mark Rose from Define Planning and Design, representing William Davis Homes.
Good morning, sir. Simon Hawley from Harris Land Planning, representing Bloor and Vistry.
Good morning, Howell James from Nexus Planning, representing Hallam Land.
Morning, Sir Ma'am. Morning, everyone. Sian Griffiths, Director, RCA Regeneration, representing various clients. Thank you.
Good morning, Sir Ma'am. Katie Parsons, also RCA Regeneration. Thank you.
Good morning, Andrea Kaplan from Savills, representing Rainier Developments.
Good morning, Thea Osman-Smith, barrister instructed by John Kirby, who sits next to me in respect of Wayne Estates, on behalf of Wayne Estates in respect of Worcestershire Parkway.
Good morning, Rachel Damon from Home Builders Federation. Our members are large builders, small builders, retirement housing providers, self-builders, housing associations.
And Jason Tate from Planning Prospects, representing Line Court Homes.
Nathan McLaughlin from McLaughlin Planning, representing Terra Strategic.
David Pennell from Marans, representing Ainscow Strategic Land.
And Gerald Kells, representing the Campaign to Protect Rural England, Worcestershire.
Thank you, and welcome to you all. Okay, so matter 5, housing land supply, the one I'm sure everyone's been looking forward to the most. Right. Start off with some context. I think it's useful just to clarify what we're trying to achieve in this session and in subsequent sessions. Started off at the very beginning because the councils have requested that the 5-year housing land supply is confirmed as part of the examination process. The version of the framework we're using says that the 5-year housing land supply should include a 10% buffer. Now, there's no such provision in national policy today. This is one of those situations where we're examining a plan under one policy, new policy applies on adoption. So in the current NPPF, after adoption, given that the policy has shifted, not a question for us to answer. I mean, if you've asked us to do it, we'll do it. But it's ultimately, is it actually something we would do? Because I think I've read in the evidence that the last housing delivery test measure was 133%. So otherwise, it would be a 5% buffer in the 5-year supply calculation. Is that right? I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. And we've also alluded to paragraph 78C, which I think will become a favourite in amongst our colleagues that do inquiries, with the provisions regarding the 80% or 20% buffer applying from the 1st of July 2026 in respect to certain councils. I think it might become the most popular stroke unpopular part of the framework next year. Will remain to be seen. So we're happy for you to ponder that point in your report back.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Right. So what are we trying to achieve in terms of housing land supply? Well, ultimately, we have to form views on certain things, which we will set out in our post-hearings advice letter in due course. Because where we're trying to get to, why we need help in arriving at, is we need a clear view on the overall housing provision of deliverable and developable sites during the plan period. From the councils, we would like this to be set out in a clear table showing the different components of supply, completions, commitments, allocations, windfall, any neighbourhood plan provisions or whatever, which we'll come back to. So that would be really helpful when we get to that point. And of course, we're going to go, we're not just looking at housing land supply today, we're going to be looking at housing land supply in the individual sessions on allocations. That it all pulls together. And it's one of these things building up a picture for us at the end of the hearings. So this is part of what we're doing. We will not have the answers at the end of the day. Perhaps I wish we did, but we're not. Okay, we also would need an updated trajectory taking into account our findings of various components of supply. We'll have to work out the mechanisms to do that, where we can maybe agree things in sessions on allocations that can be updated, other things that it might follow us, exchange of correspondence after the hearings as we start working things out. But that would be useful for us to see actually what the answer is in terms of 5-year supply. So we need that in due course, which will enable us to form a clear view on whether there will be a 5-year supply on adoption plan. Right, as you can see, we're trying to be as efficient as we can in these sessions, and we have set out our matters, issues and questions in a way in order to be as efficient as possible. Inevitably, there will be some consideration of things more than once. We will try to minimize that, but we have different participants coming to different sessions. We want to make sure everyone gets the opportunity at the right session. So there may be people here today who made reps and want to talk about things that we're here today. We'll have further discussions in the specific allocation sessions as well. But it all leads into our overall conclusions, okay, which is why we're not going to come away today with an overall picture, because we're only at the beginning of this, really. Okay. But what we would stress is that if people say things today and come to further sessions, there's no need to repeat what you've said again in any great detail. We've already got it. Right. So moving on really to what we want to do, we have used the structure of our MIQs and identified a number of themes, topics, or whatever we want to explore, which will be something we'll do increasingly as we go through. Moving on from the representations we've got and the statements, because we know what the positions are of respective parties. Focusing on the questions we have left in order to get us to where we need to be on those points that I've set out. First thing we want to consider, therefore, is what is the 5-year requirement for assessing the housing land supply? We're doing two things here, remember, because we're looking at 5-year supply and adoption, and we're looking at the overall supply being provided by the plan throughout the whole plan period. So we need a full review on both. This is about the 5-year requirement. So as things stand, in the evidence the council provided, they have taken into account the excess in completions in the plan period to date, albeit using an assumed figure for the final year that we're still in, and then have used the Liverpool method to come up with a residual figure and have used that as a calculation for an annualised requirement going forward. I think we're right in our conclusions on that, yes. Okay. So the first question we want, one or two people have commented on this in their statements. Has people got anything more to say about whether it is appropriate to do that? Yep.
Thank you, sir. So we do make representations about that specific point and suggest that it isn't a very positive and proactive thing to do when we're trying to boost the supply of housing. It does suit the council because it suppresses the 5-year requirement figure by taking off what's been delivered in the previous years to date. But those years are really just a factor of when the start date of the plan is. So if you just, if the start date of the plan was a couple of years later, it, it would have been a less figure of how much you delivered in those periods. It's kind of unfortunate that the plan isn't being progressed at the, a period very consistent with when it was submitted. But our view was that you could just set the 5-year requirement being the annual requirement that's within the plan and run that for 5 years and then apply the 10% buffer to that. What the council have done is taken the way to suppress the number to the lowest amount by taking off what's been delivered today and then only applying the 10% to that figure. So if we're here and there's a great deal of concern about wanting to try and stimulate more delivery as soon as possible, then a more positive approach would see that alternative and a higher 5-year requirement.
Okay, thank you. Before we turn to the council, from our consideration of this, if the situation was reverse, national policy is quite clear. In this case, thinking about Tewkesbury, the High Court case, etc., the various legal decisions there, it is at our discretion and judgment to do that. So that's the approach we will take on this. Have your views. There are clearly 2 views on this, and we will sort of balance them off. Mr. MacLeod?
Thank you. Yes, as you've mentioned, the case of Tewkesbury, that is at your discretion. National policy and PPG is silent on the matter of oversupply. We would suggest that oversupply should be taken into account with regards to the South Worcestershire Council's position. We are planning to meet our housing requirement overall, and in fact go beyond that minimum housing requirement. Therefore, we are not looking at an overall shortfall, which I believe in the case of Tewkesbury at the time they were. And also, obviously, this would go to the heart of the matter of how we calculate our 5-year housing land supply. The other point I would make is that these houses, this oversupply has already been delivered within the plan period. And therefore, it seems completely unreasonable that they should not be taken into account. We are also not proposing to take off the entire oversupply within the 5-year period. It is being spread against the remaining plan period, so it is not as big a figure coming off that 5-year requirement as it could be. And we feel that this is a very robust position to be taking.
Thank you. HBF?
I'd just make an observation that you might be able to do it and it might be allowed, but we're in a housing crisis. The housing requirement is supposed to be a minimum figure. Over provision shouldn't be a problem because we need more houses, and we've already accepted that the next plan will have to plan for a lot more houses. So I think planning for more is better because we have a plan-led system.
You want to come back briefly? Yeah, thank you. I think I used the word excess, and I would see that really as more as headroom. It's the same with provision over the minimum requirement provides headroom. I'll take those points. Okay, so no other boards up on that, Mr. McLeod?
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, just to make the point, it's the term, the fact here is that we've delivered ahead of the target for the first few years of the plan. So it would seem completely perverse not to take that into account in terms of the overall housing calculation and need.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on now to another point that we would like an explanation of. The councils have been somewhat conservative, I think, in looking at commitments and have included a lapse rate for certain commitments. When I was trying to remind myself why that is, could you, given that there's no requirement in national policy guidance to do that, and given the definition of deliverable that actually deals with it anyway, could you just explain why you've done that?
I think it's a conservative approach. So we've looked obviously at the lapse rate where that has happened, and there is a 2.7% lapse rate on around 2.5, 2.7% lapse rate on developments which have been coming forward. So we feel it's been prudent to take that into account, and we've obviously been conservative in that, in taking a figure which is obviously above the actual lapse rate, because what we put into the plan is obviously the 5% reduction. Yeah, and again, that was an approach which was established in the adopted plan, which we've carried forward. But it's a fair point, because there are obviously other deductions in terms of the overall supply which we're making, but we feel it's sort of prudent to carry that on.
It certainly was a more common approach in previous rounds of plan making. I think generally there's been a move away from that with the framework. I mean, but there is a bit of potential double negative counter. I say conservative because actually it provides a bit of headroom, doesn't it? I don't think it amounts to very much, really. But
it's a small. You're absolutely right. So it is a small number, but it's arguable that we are almost double discounting. I think because we included it previously, we've carried that forward into this plan. But you are right. Obviously, we have included other deductions then in terms of the supply. So there is a risk of double counting there. I mean, we'd obviously have no objection with it being removed.
okay, thank you. Okay.
Specifically on the lapse rate point, so planning permissions will lapse during the planning permission will expire during the 5-year period, and it's allowing for that to sort of happen. Obviously, the definition of deliverable goes way beyond just permissions that will lapse. I mean, that will be a factual thing that will happen, and the council sort of recognise that there might be planning permissions that are in the 5-year period, that their planning permission doesn't last for the full 5-year period, so they will lapse, and some will happen like that. So I think it's a reflection of that, which is reasonable. There's other tests, and the framework, 2023 framework, has that definition of deliverable in the annex. So we really should be focusing on that, Sarah, as you sort of, I think you're alluding to, that to test the individual sites. We know what the sites are in the main, and we know the sites that we're going to focus on. So let's look at the deliverability of those, which covers a lot more things than just lapse.
I think that, yeah, you're right. And where we're coming from is looking at the definition. Sites with planning permission are considered deliverable until permission expires, unless there's a clear evidence homes will not be deliverable in 5 years. It ought to be dealt with in the determination whether it's deliverable or not. I think that's where I'm coming from. But in this case, it's not very much.
It's a very small number, so in terms of the overall impact, but the point we would make is if we weren't confident of a site coming forward in the 5-year housing land supply, we haven't included it in the first place.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. tabs open. Right, okay, let's move on to the extant permissions and allocations. So through the process of written statements, some respondents, participants have raised questions about certain elements of the supply of extant permissions and allocations. As I said earlier, we invited the councils, we asked the councils, to actually draw together views that have been put forward by participants, representatives, and the council's view to have it together in a SCOT-type schedule so it's easy for us to use. Now, so we've got that, and we'll come back to that in a minute. What we will do as part of this process, we will look at everything in the round, not just today and other days, and when we're back in our home offices. It's been very useful for us to have it pulled together, but we will be looking at everything in the round, I've got to say. I think we provide the opportunity now, because it's quite a few pages, but actually when you get into it, there's a lot of duplication, etc., and comments. Have a bit of a trot through this to give people the opportunity really to respond, because I think the council have probably added a bit more information in respect of some. Just the reason why we've done this is really to try to short circuit 2 or 3 hours of going through, listening to one party and listening to the councils. So we've got all of that. We've moved beyond that now, and this is really the point for people to make brief comments back to what the councils are saying. We will take it away because there's going to be no definitive answer to all of this. What we're here today, we'll take it away and add it into our overall consideration. We are, in respect of the allocated sites, we're going to be looking at that in some detail. So where people are not attending those sessions, we can, again, if people want to respond to what the council's done about those, that's fine. But the main point of consideration, as we set out in the MIQs, will occur on another day, because that's when we're looking at it in far more detail than what we've got time to do now. This isn't a Section 78 inquiry. We're doing what we're doing, and we're just trying to give everyone the opportunity to respond really to what the council's put forward now. We thought this was probably the most efficient way of doing it in order to save time. So before we move on, your board's still up?
Yeah, we don't comment on individual sites, but I just wanted to make a general point about biodiversity net gain. And obviously sites that come forward now for planning permission have to deliver 10% mandatory biodiversity net gain. Experience from our membership suggests that that's fairly achievable on large allocations, and it can be planned in at the beginning, but it's a particular problem for smaller sites. It's a particular problem for smaller builders. It's a particular problem for windfall and brownfield sites. The assumption that brownfield doesn't have BNG is not evidenced by experience today. Open mosaic habitat's particularly difficult to replace, particularly difficult to find credits for. So it's just a kind of, again, marker in the sand, maybe to come back to you later, that the delivery of BNG challenges some of the assumptions. And again, the solution is not throughout all the allocations, it's just to be mindful and to have flexibility in the policies around delivery. So if it does become a problem that impedes the delivery of sites that are part of the housing land supply, solutions can be found and ways forward can be found. But there is the tension between delivering BNG and delivering affordable housing that needs to be recognised.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod?
Yeah, thank you. So this is a factor we did take into account in terms of viability work, which was done by Aspinall Verdi. So BNG has been reflected within that.
Thanks, sir. I've got a query to raise with the council in relation to one of the responses on the Scott schedule. Is now the time for me to make that point? It's in a query in relation to the council's response on this Scott schedule that was circulated yesterday evening. Is now the time you'd like to hear that point?
Well, I thought what we'd do is just briefly go through the schedule, as painful as that might be.
Yeah.
Just really for us, just to seek further verification, really, I think. because we have the written evidence so far, the council will come back with some comments. People, this is the opportunity for people to come back on what the council has said, really.
Yeah.
And saves us sitting at 3 o'clock. But
Fine,
so
I'll wait for.
if you bear with me,
Fine to
we'll come on and do that. Thank you. Savills?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, just before we get into looking at these specific sites in the schedule, I just wanted to sort of reiterate that our view is we really need a robust 5-year housing land supply in this position. And as you previously mentioned, we've got section paragraph 78 of the NPPF lurking in July 2026 with a 20% buffer. And just the concerns we've raised on a number of these sites that are in the 5-year housing land supply as it is at the moment, we just wanted to reiterate that there are several sites that are there waiting to be allocated with developers on board and house builders, which could easily fill that gap and provide a robust 5-year housing land supply.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, sir. I know you want to get into the Scott schedule, and we only just got that, obviously, at 9 o'clock last night. So it's been difficult to go through that in some detail. It's obviously important that a Scott schedule fairly reflects what one party says versus what the other parties are saying. That's what it's trying to do, give you that in a single schedule. I've not been able to go through it in a great amount of detail, given the time that's been available, to see if it fairly reflects what we've said in our evidence for each site. So that's a slight concern about that document. The second issue about that document is certainly our representations, rather than repeating concerns about each site again and again in the same way, in our representations we have submitted some principles and some important ways that you understand how deliverability of a site is presented to prove some clear evidence of its deliverability. And we haven't repeated that for every site. So in the Scott schedule, it just sort of says no evidence of deliverability. That's not really what we said. We have explained in our submissions what the evidence of deliverability is about, and therefore we've not seen it in those submissions. So if you just look at the Scott, that's why I'm concerned, if you just look at the Scott schedule, it barely says we're saying relatively little about each site, and yet the council's paragraphs are fairly robust. But it's not, I don't think it's a fair representation. What I wanted just to try and do, and again it will save time, is just explain to you where we're coming at it from. So I don't have to repeat it for each site, just to explain about where we understand deliverability.
Before you do, we form our own view on where our calibration is
Yes.
and where we make the decision.
Of course.
Okay, so we need to do that.
Yes.
And this morning, we only got it yesterday too, so I this morning spent some time going through it, some initial pointers to myself. And it's useful because it does present each side.
Yes.
So, yeah, if you want to go through and explain where
Yes.
you are, make a note of
Yeah.
that. We need to work out how we're going to do it, bearing in mind we're examining the local plan, not dealing with Section 78 case, and we'll take it from there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, and yes, it's your judgment. You've got to form a judgment whether you've got clear evidence for some of the sites to believe that it will be deliverable within 5 years. And obviously, that's a really important point because it was talked about earlier on that we want to have a development plan in place as soon as possible. But in order to avoid a situation where that plan is effectively by footnotes in the framework out of date, or the most important policies are out of date, as soon as the 5-year land supply position fails, it's important that we get it right at this stage, and particularly as the council are asking for this to be confirmed for a year period, etc. So as much as I accept that you want to deal with headlines and broad soundness issues, there is a degree of important examination and very detailed points that you need to understand for the delivery of each of these.
What I mean by calibration is we need to be clear ourselves when we go through the sites, where the line is, where clear evidence starts.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a bit about calibration. what is actually before us to convince us,
Yes.
yeah, within the context of the test.
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to explain your position.
Yeah, and my position is it comes at it from obviously where your judgment actually is guided anyway by the framework that has the definition of deliverable in it. So for sites, those two categories, A and B sites. So for sites that are in category A, then those are sites which the presumption is they're going to be deliverable, and those are sites that have got effectively detailed planning permission. In terms of the sites that we've generally been contesting, I don't think there's any of those that are really within that. There's a couple of points I'll mention later, but there's no particular points that we take in respect of that, where the onus is on, I suppose, this side to demonstrate that they're not deliverable. The assumption is they are deliverable within A. But obviously with category B sites, and that's sites including major sites without land planning permission, or sites that have been allocated in the development plan or permission in principle, the onus is on the council to demonstrate that clear evidence. So that's where the council need to produce the evidence. So that's the bit that we're contesting that is not there. And the reason why I mentioned that, and it's important to note that allocated sites are in category B. So upon adoption of a plan, because you're allocated, has no real representation of whether you'll be delivered in 5 years. And I say that because a number of comments in the council section say that, we've spoken to the developer, they're just waiting for the site to get adopted, and then presumably they'll press a button, etc. Well, in my experience, that's not actually the case. So in actual fact, once they've got an allocation in a plan, all bets are off, because they've got 10 years to really bring the site forward. There's no endorsement. So we need much more than just the sites allocated in the plan, because allocating the plan does not mean it's going to be deliverable in 5 years by any means.
Just on that though, so if we were to agree with you and we were to be looking to invite the council to allocate more sites, would those sites be deliverable? Wouldn't the same process apply to those? Especially having in mind with the Litchfield report that says the average time for sites being delivered to the smaller scale sites.
Well, it's the aim of the plan is to have a deliverable trajectory that includes a 5-year land supply and an ongoing range of sites. And none of this submission today, we mentioned about the trajectory. We've got other comments about trajectory, which we've mainly kept for the other sessions on the large sites. So we'll come back to trajectory because we've got a fundamental problem with the trajectory as well. But in terms of the 5-year land supply position, yes, I would imagine on this side, maybe there will be a number of sites. I could point you to a site which is a suggested allocation, which has got a house builder on board, where we've got a planning application about to go in, that has got all the evidence base associated with it, all the ecology surveys ready to go, the transport assessment is just being completed, and the application is about to be submitted. Now, that is a site that is a long way further down the line than, and it's got a house builder on board, is a long way further down the line than a site where it's being promoted by a landowner or a land promoter that's got no house builder on board. They're saying they are waiting until the site's allocated in the plan before they pursue any further stage. So yes, there are differences in allocations. Some might come forward earlier because that landowner is more proactive and wants to bring their site forward. Others might be taking a longer term view and saying, well, I'd rather ride out some volatility of the market, or I'd rather wait for land values to increase, or I would rather, whatever reason they may want to or not bring the site forward. So once allocated, the plan lasts for 15 years, and they've got that period of time to do that. I think the council are taking some. It's the point about category B sites generally includes allocated sites, and it's not, and just because the site's allocated. And I mention that because 2,829 dwellings are relied on by the council on allocated sites. Just the general points on deliverability. So I know this is not a Section 78 inquiry, and I know that circumstances can be different in those situations. But in terms of you being asked to, there's a difference between you being asked to look at soundness issues and you being asked to confirm that 5-year land supply position on adoption. So it does require more of an interrogation akin to a Section 78, unfortunately, because there is that level of detail you need to be sure in your planning judgment about.
Which is what we're seeking to do.
Yes,
and
correct.
hence the question
And
to the council as to, given the potential value of doing so, is that something they still want us to do?
Yeah. And in that regard, the preface that I've given you in my submissions to each of the sites is by looking at a series of appeal decisions and research reports that give you some advice about what is likely to be regarded as clear evidence and what inspectors have generally looked at in terms of what might be clear evidence. So, and I think they're in the documents library. I don't need to go to them, but some of the themes that were in there, and these, again, are prefaced, I'm not going to repeat these for each of the sites, but there is a number of decisions where it simply states that it's not sufficient for the councils just to provide some type of agreement or some pro forma from a landowner. Saying, we think we'll do this, etc. It needs an evidential sense check of that, and it needs an understanding of the steps that have been proactively being made to endorse that pro forma summary. So that's a key point. Landowners.
Would you say that would be things like if site developer promoter was undertaking technical surveys, that shows a bit of commitment? Would you?
That's good.
Because that's where we're.
That's good.
This is where we're thinking about where we draw the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
If there's actually some active activity rather than just saying, "I've got a piece of land, I fancy it being developed."
That's exactly it.
Simple about it. Yeah.
So where we go through in our submissions, that's one of the aspects that we've got in mind. It's no good a developer saying we're going to submit an application next year or in 6 months' time, and there's no evidence of them having scope to transport assessment, having done their ecology surveys, having done site investigations, other aspects, etc., etc. And this is the point about sense checking the developer's returns. So it's a common theme for councils just to write to a developer and say, what are you doing? And they write back and they fill out a projection saying, yes, we're doing this, and here's our numbers for the next 5 years. It needs a constant sense check of that, including timings and delivery. And there's one particular aspect. It's an appeal decision on a site in Sunnings Common, which again is in the library. But the inspector says there, clear evidence requires more than just being informed by landowners. Clear evidence requires more than just being informed by landowners, agents, or developers that sites will come forward. Rather, it requires a realistic assessment of the factors concerning delivery as being considered. This means not only are there planning matters that need to be considered, but also technical, legal, and commercial financial aspects of delivery assessed. Securing an email or a completed pro forma from a developer or agent does not in itself constitute clear evidence. Developers are financially incentivized to reduce competition and supply, and this can be achieved by over-optimistically forecasting delivery of housing from their own sites and consequently removing the need for other sites to come forward. And that's a particular concern we've got about the approach the council have taken generally with the pro formas. So,
well, but I think we're clearly on the same page there.
Good. That was my submission to Jenny.
Subbles?
Yes, we're just leading on from that. I think one of the key things we think should be considered is whether there is actually a house builder on board, particularly for the major sites, but for the larger sites, because that's a key part of actually getting that delivery in the early years.
Thank you. It's a valid point because it's all about whether a site could actually come forward within the 5-year period, isn't it? And sites, there will be a number of sites that could maybe not, but certainly looking at the literature report, they tend to be, if they do, they tend to be towards the back end of the period anyway. So that's a helpful point. Okay. Dare I do this? Let's go into the. Oh, could be very brief, please, because you've had a lot of.
Important. It's a very important point in terms of the category B sites and the timetable that they have a lead in to delivering on site. So the reason why category B sites need clear evidence is because obviously they either haven't got a planning permission, they're on a SLA list, or they've only got outline, and therefore they still need to progress through to a detailed stage. And the point about, is a house builder on board or not? Is it a land promoter? Do they need to sell it to a house builder? Do those things need to happen? And I did point to, again, it's in the document library, the report by Litchfields, their third edition of their start to finish, how quickly can housing sites come forward. And it's a very detailed and well referenced and researched piece of information from across the country about how quickly sites can come forward. They're at different stages of planning. And their research across the country says that sites of schemes up to 1,000 dwellings can take between 2.8 and 3.4 years through planning, and between 5 and 6 years to be on site. That's anything up to between 100 dwellings and 1,000 dwellings. And then on sites that are over 1,000 dwellings, 5 years on average through planning and 7 years on site. There's an aspect of that. And obviously that's national research, but at the local level, we have to bear in mind the track record of the council in terms of dealing with delivery of sites through outline planning and reserve matters, which hasn't been very strong or very positive, because the two largest urban extensions in Worcester, for example, the South Worcester urban extension.
Yeah, we've already got that point from earlier on about those.
Yeah, it took 9 years through planning and 2 years through reserve matters. So the track record of this council, even though the research of Litchfields is across the country, the track record of this council is probably worse than what the Litchfield research has said.
Can possibly comment on that, but we will be looking into those issues when we look at the allocations, but we really do need to move on. So, Mr. McLeod. Do you turn your microphone off, please?
Sorry, thank you, sir. So the assessment of whether the sites have been included is clearly based on the tests within the PPG. And the PPG, as Mr. Tate just talked about, includes the ability to include allocated sites where they are moving forward. And the example which he gave is exactly the case on many of the strategic sites where we've included an assumption within the 5-year housing land supply. All of them are progressing. All of them are moving forwards to delivery. All of the survey work which he's quoted, whether it be on Worcestershire Parkway, Rushwick, Mytton, they've either got planning applications submitted or they're actively preparing those planning applications to the point of submission. That is why they've been included within the 5-year housing land supply, and that is entirely consistent with the PPG.
Thank you. And we will come back to those points next week. Right. We are going to do this now. Whether people want to do it or not, you may be trying to, maybe you can't face it, but we are going to look at the schedule. And again, just remind people we are coming back on the allocations, so this is just really a chance for a brief comment. If the participants are coming back to other sessions, so we'll be able to provide more detailed comments there anyway. Okay, so we're not going to do, to use that awful phrase, deep dive into the deliverability of Worcestershire Parkway. However, should people wish to make any further comments against those that are set out in the schedule, now is your opportunity to do so. Yes, sir.
Sir, can I ask just for clarification, because we're not, our comments and representations haven't been reflected in this table. Is this just dealing with the 5-year housing supply? Because the point we were particularly interested in was your last question, in terms of the assumptions being made in relation to...
This is really about 5-year housing land supply, because this is really what the comments are about. We will actually take a view on how it fits into the trajectory when we have the wider discussions the site
But
specific.
just on
sessions,
that, are we going to have a more general discussion about the trajectory, just not the 5-year land supply today? I just
Yeah,
want to
this
be
is
clear.
this is primarily about 5-year supply
Yeah,
today.
okay, that's fine.
All
Thank
right, and we will we're coming back to these allocations anyway. Okay.
So this is the first one in the schedule, Worcestershire Parkway. As I said, we've got lots of points about the overall trajectory for Worcestershire Parkway, which we'll raise next week. But for the purposes of the 5-year land supply calculation, the council are suggesting 500 dwellings will be delivered from this site within the 5-year period, is what they're saying, yeah. So is that realistic? And I'm not saying, we've got nothing against Parkway at all. And it may well deliver. The question is, will it deliver 500 dwellings within the 5-year period? And my view is not a chance. And you've seen our evidence on that. Even if that was a site of, say, 300 dwellings or 400 dwellings, and it was yet to submit an outline planning application, the chance of that delivering those 300 dwellings in 5 years would be remarkable. For a site of this complexity and the amount of infrastructure and the complexity even of the planning application submission, I accept that there's surveys underway and there's all the different aspects. The question is, will they get a planning application submitted? Will they get that approval for that planning application? Will they be able to deal with all the reserve matters associated with that application? Will they be able to then deal with all the Section 278 approvals and different technical approvals that they will need, as well as the reserve matters, the planning conditions, etc., in order to deliver 500 dwellings on that site within 5 years? I think it's absolutely remarkable the council even suggested it's within 7 years, but to deliver 500 within that period is just completely unrealistic. It is just not going to happen. And as I said before, we've been here before on the large urban extensions at Worcester, and those were urban extensions where they were adding on to the edge of an existing city, which makes them, I would view, more straightforward than a site in the middle of nowhere, which has all the infrastructure to provide for the first time. And those sites have been taking much longer to even get on site and deliver housing. The council have got no track record in delivering at those speeds. And that's not to say it won't deliver. It's just about being a realistic trajectory. So immediately 500 dwellings should be taken out of that 5-year land supply. The reason it's quite important as well, just to bear in mind as well, that the level of supply that the council is suggesting is 5.66 years. So once you get to I think it's 850 or 900 dwellings, they haven't got a 5-year land supply. So that's 500 immediately that is completely unrealistic in our view.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Worcestershire Parkway has been identified as a housing accelerator site. It was identified by the government as a housing accelerator site, I think within 2 days of them coming into power. It's clear support from Homes England in terms of pushing early delivery. To refer it to previous examples of urban extensions is just completely irrelevant in this case. The council is fully prepared to deliver Worcester Parkway at speed, and we've resourced to deliver Worcestershire Parkway at speed. We've created a new team to deal with master planning. Framework master plans already been drafted. Commissioning of the SPD is already underway and is being prepared. Extensive engagement with the landowners, front loading of many of the surveys required to deliver within that 5-year period, all of which has been undertaken in partnership with the landowners, all of whom agree with the trajectory is deliverable within the 5-year period.
Thank you. We will hear more about that next week.
So yeah, I just want to talk about the trajectory generally, and Parkway is a key part of that. I'm not at the Parkway session next week, so could I take a few minutes just to deal with that? Because I think the question you had at the end, and I know this is stepping away from 5-year a little bit, but they're very closely related, is about the general trajectory and whether there's realism in terms of the assumptions that are being made. And the lead-in times, as Mr. Tate's talked about, and the delivery on an annual basis thereafter are a key part of that for the 5-year land supply, but the trajectory generally. And so I didn't want to sort of get to the point, to the end, and not make the same points. And I think I hear what Mr. McLeod says, but these are courageous assumptions that are being made in relation to Parkway and its delivery. And I think that the general picture you can see, the complexity of it is going to lead to delay, and that's already slipped. So the original trajectory had delivery starting this year. The trajectory that's now in front of you has slipped 2 years already in that short period. And all they've done, all the council have done to remedy that is up the number of dwellings that it will deliver each year thereafter. So it still gets to the same number by the end of the plan period. And Rushwick's similar, that slips. Throckmorton's similar. And the evidence there is that, well, there isn't really the evidence. There is more in relation to Parkway and the trajectory related to that. So I'm just trying to change it back to Rushwick. But these are really significant, complex planning applications, as Mr. Tate has said. And there is going to be a long lead-in time before you actually get to completions. And it is really important that there's a realistic approach is taken to assessing that number. The Letwin review build-out in 2018 sets out the steps that you need to go through from the basis of an allocation or a draft allocation to getting to delivery in terms of planning, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the realisation and actually site getting on site. And it sets out very clearly why delivery isn't as often assumed. It's much, much later. And there's a lot of reference to the accelerator programme, but there's no evidence in terms of how is that actually going to make things quicker here. And in this case, Mr. Tate referred to the Litchfield report, 6 to 7 years, that says. Here, what they're talking about, 6 to 7 years to first completions from submission of an outline application. In the case of Parkway, what we're talking about now, the council's assuming 3 years, and they haven't even got a planning application in front of them. There is no evidence at all to justify why it would take less than half the time that comparable sites all around the country, often in much stronger market areas or similar market areas, have taken to deliver in that same period. And the other key point here, which Mr. Cloud didn't refer to in terms of the activity going on in the planning applications, is there's a very clear need in terms of Parkway and Throckmorton for the SPD. And the council have been very clear why that's required, because there's a need to coordinate across the whole of the strategic site in terms of the infrastructure provision and addressing the constraints and the coordination of the design, funding, approval and delivery of that infrastructure. So that SPD is really important, yet the programme that the council have put in their Matter 9 statement in relation to Parkway in particular sort of suggests that there's pre-app going on now, that the applications are going to go in this month before we even see a draft SPD, which brings into question the value of that SPD, frankly. And then a determination, there's a programme there which is hugely muddled, I'd have to say, in terms of the thinking and the way that it plays out. And it really does ignore how difficult it is to bring together a planning application for a comprehensive and robust scheme of this nature, I think, and to consider that that's going to be submitted in July and granted within less than a year, and then 2 months for the discharge of conditions, and section 1 and 6 is going to be done. It's just, as I think Mr. Day said, it just clearly will not happen, and there's no evidence to suggest that it would. And I would say to you, sir, that if that was the case, that things were so well progressed that you would have a much clearer picture of that than has been presented by the Cabinet, the Council in the statements that they've made today. There would be a very clear programme, clear milestones, a delivery strategy, and that's just not there. I think I'm not criticising the ambition, and we're certainly not against the principle, but this is really, the spatial strategy, this plan is hugely dependent on those strategic sites, and this is really a fundamental issue in terms of the assumptions the council is making, because it makes up such a large part of the supply in 5 years, but also in the trajectory generally. And paragraph 73D, I think it was, of the NPPF, now 74D, it requires the council to make a realistic assessment, and that's just not been presented to you, sir, in terms of leading times and the trajectory that results from that.
Thank you. Did you?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just want to really add to what very briefly what the colleagues around the table have said, and this is from the point of view that Terra Strategic has a small part of Worcester Parkway and wants to see it very much wants to see the site delivered. Very simply, I think a lot will come out during the site-specific days that we're going to go through, and I think it's really the sort of passion and commitment that's coming out from the private sector about the delivery of sites that, with regret, I must admit I share the views about the latter stages of the 5-year supply window, that very simply we will not be delivering Worcester Parkway and Throckmorton to the levels that are being anticipated in that trajectory. And I think it's going to be something for us all to bear in mind when we go to the site-specific days, that we really do drill into just exactly the timings on this, because with the greatest respect in the world to the council, you could turn around and say this is just a general gripe about the performance of the planning system overall, that it does take a lot of time to get an outline planning permission away, reserve matters designed, conditions discharged, and then all the background work that we all know, love and enjoy to actually facilitate doing that. But I must admit, I'm particularly intrigued to see, obviously the government have announced the Housing Accelerator for Parkway, but really, what does that actually entail? What are the hard deadlines on actually getting this away to even be anywhere near this? Because I think, as Mr. Tate rightfully pointed out, and we've made a sort of a fairly high-level assumption in our submissions, at the end of for the last 2 years of the plan period, that 5-year housing land supply trajectory is critically reliant on these major sites coming forward. And what you're being told by respondents around this table who have got experience of basically taking these sites to the local authorities for determination is, regrettably, that can't be done.
We will hear more about this in subsequent sessions, and it's useful to get these overall broad level comments because we can start drilling down into detail when we get there. Briefly, Marins.
Thank you, Inspector. I won't repeat much of what's been said, but I do have some sympathy with many of the points that have been made. Just a high-level sort of stepping back moment from me, I think. It might be the case that, I mean, certainly, I'll start by saying listening to other people talking about their sites is always very interesting, because clearly I don't know what they're doing outside of the public realm. And equally, that will be true of mine, and we'll come on to that, of course, for everybody as we work away through them. And I wouldn't presume to know until we've had that conversation. But Mr. Rose made the point about the evidence that exists, and that's probably fair against Lichfield. I'll miss out the middle bit of what I'm going to say, and I'll come to the conclusion, because I suspect that that's probably more helpful. You might come to a point where you find that there isn't a 5-year supply. And of course, you wouldn't be the first inspectors to find a plan sound without one. If the council are convinced that the sites will come forwards in accordance with the trajectories that they're setting out, then they'll very quickly find themselves with a 5-year land supply post-adoption, won't they? That would be my sort of concluding remark on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it's one of the options we have. We have a number of options. Finding the plan and sound at one end. Plan could go forward without 5-year supply. Could go out with it could go forward without supply for the whole of the plan period. It's been done. You know, it's the exercise of pragmatism. Step trajectory is another one, if the evidence leads us there. So there are various things we could do. I was going to mention this at the end, but there are various options for us, ranging from no plan to different pragmatic fixes. It's worth mentioning that at the moment, because those are the options for us, bearing in mind the next plan is hot on the heels of this one. So look, yeah, it can be really brief, because I do want to move on. but it's where the evidence takes us. And if we feel that after when we got to the end of it, there's merit in looking at it, we'll look at it. If the evidence doesn't take us there, having gone through this process, we won't. But it's one of the options. It's in the range of options from no plan to the plan that's submitted, somewhere in the middle. We'll respond to it now briefly.
It would be completely inappropriate. I think we're trying to boost the delivery of housing delivery. All that's doing is just allowing the council to progress with a plan that can't deliver on the annual requirement that it's required to do and it wants to do, that we all know is going to increase significantly even more. I would suggest that a step trajectory is completely the wrong thing to do. All that does is suppress housing delivery within this area when there's a national housing crisis. I don't think it gets us anywhere, so to be honest.
I think the question for us would be whether we feel there's evidence that the requirement would be delivered through the plan period. That's where we would be going. We wouldn't be looking, you know. So this is part of a number of questions we'll be looking at. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've dealt with the high-level comments, which I think will be applicable to all the strategic sites, so we don't need to hear that again now or next week. The next site in the list is Rushwick, expanded settlement, Savills.
Yes, just quickly, because I appreciate it's going to be considered at the Rushwick session. But I just note the council have put down in the schedule that Barwood Land are now processing, moving forward with the planning application. Barwood Land aren't a house builder, so just to highlight that this Rushwick had house builders on board as far as I know. And also there's viability issues with Rushwick, which I'm sure we'll come on to next session for Rushwick.
Thank you. Well, maybe we can get that clarified and as to if there's any further information on that when we get to the session.
So just to highlight that I mentioned earlier in relation to the original trajectory and the revised trajectory, this is another site which has slipped 3 years, I think, in terms of when the council expected during that submit from a Reg 19 to where we are now. It's already slipped 3 years in terms of when the council believes it will be first delivering houses, and the same points I made in relation to the Parkway site apply here in terms of its size and complexity and the difficulties of doing so.
Very brief point on Rushwick more generally. Just the reason why the absence of a house builder is important is because there's then an extra step. Obviously, once the land promoter secures an outline planning permission, for that site to be partnered with a house builder who can actually deliver it, and that obviously will take some time to obviously get those terms agreed, and adds to the period of time to which actually delivery would start on site. Again, that's 150 dwellings in the 5-year period, which again, I've got no issue with Rushwick in principle. It's just the amount that's in the 5-year period.
Thank you. Councillors?
Thank you. Just a small point, really. The latest 5-year housing land supply information you have before you in the examination library looks at calculating the housing land supply from the point of adoption. It's not from this base year. Therefore, plan making delays wouldn't mean that we're looking to move on a year in terms of trajectories on sites.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Talking of moving on, let's move to the edge of Tewkesbury. And
sorry, so it was just one quick point, and particularly in relation to Rushwick. We've obviously prepared a statement of common ground with Barwood. They'll obviously be here for the hearing session on Rushwick. As on Parkway, we've got the statement of common grounds with the CLG, and I think it's important to look at those statements of common grounds and the level of detail on both of those sites, and which shows the progress that's been made, and that's why they've been included in that deliverables.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. Okay. I tried once, I'll try again. Let's go to the edge of Tewkesbury. Right. Admitted now. This is subject to a pending planning application at the moment. Can't talk about that, don't want to talk about that. It's not for us. We will no doubt hear quite a lot about the ins and outs of that site. We have a number of questions that we want to explore on that when we get to that point. Yep.
We had about Mitten was just about the annual delivery rate. Clearly, Mitten's been promoted by a house builder, so and others might be closer to the exact stage that that's at. It's not one that I'm aware of that is in quite the same circumstances as Rushwick or others that we've mentioned. But 100 dwellings per annum from a single house builder did seem high. The council make an assumption of, I think in their submissions generally, I think 40 or 50 dwellings per annum, I think is the baseline assumption, but it did seem high when it was a single house builder. They may well have a higher brand, I think, or a different type of outlet type within their single company, but we've suggested 50 dwellings per annum and reduced that down to 170 from 220 to be more realistic.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure that that's something we'll be considering at the Mitten session.
Absolutely. So, and I think, you hear from RPS, obviously this is being promoted on behalf of Barrett, they have a house builder in place. You'd expect on the site at that scale that another house builder could be brought on board as well. So we feel the trajectory there is completely robust and deliverable.
Okay, thank you. Worcester South.
Thank you, sir. So this is one of the sites that was allocated within the adopted plan that is being brought forward. There are different elements to this site. So there are, as the council explained in the Scott schedule, elements with reserved matters and full planning permissions, and we raise no queries in relation to those and the deliverability of those. Our submissions are in relation to the remaining 2,203 dwellings. They're subject to an outline planning permission, but no reserved matters. In terms of the Scott schedule, so the council directs us to a questionnaire from the developer in terms of deliverability of that element of the site. And then when you read the council's statement on matter 5, they refer to Appendix 3 of document exam 29 in terms of those questionnaires. So I can't see a questionnaire reference in that schedule in Appendix 3 of exam 29 in relation to this outline planning permission. And in fact, if you turn back to Appendix 1 of exam 29, and it's the final entry of Appendix 1, which is on page 100, which relates to this 2,200, well, it's quoted as 2,204 in that schedule. It states there's no questionnaire returned and no reserved matters application submitted in relation to that site. So you have our submissions in relation to the lack of reserved matters and delivery rate. So I won't repeat those points now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a site that we've been directly involved with, acting for one of the developers who's got a parcel of that site. And the parcel that my client has been involved with has progressed, is in the schedule, is close to completion, including the employment element of it. Like others, we don't question or have any issues with those phases of the site, the small phases of the site that have progressed. It is the Welbeck land 2,200 scheme. This is obviously a site, as was mentioned, that was allocated in the previous plan. So there was a step trajectory in terms of that plan and a delayed expected delivery from the urban extensions, which was advanced very late, start of plan period 2006. Those weren't expected to come forward to 2019. They were still delayed beyond that. And this element of the site is still not even put a spade in the ground at all. And it's at 2025. it was supposed to be delivered by the end of the plan period, 2030. It's got 5 years to deliver 2,200 dwellings, and it's clearly not going to do that, and is a fundamentally failing allocation of the previous local plan. The council's trajectory now says for that 2,200, which has an outline planning permission, but no house builder involved at this stage, very complicated site, many landowners, is in multiple ownership. They're suggesting, and I appreciate the point that was mentioned by Ms Millman earlier, that the 5-year land supply position that we're talking about is from April next year for the 5 years. So it's not, the first year is not April this year, the first year is, but even so, on this 2,200 that has not got any reserve matters or any house builder, and it's a very complicated site that has already been delayed significantly and took 9 years to get an outline planning permission, 75 are getting built from April next year. It says 75 that year. The year after that, another 75, then 150, 150, 150. So the total contribution from this site is 600 dwellings in the 5-year period, and it's not even got a reserve matters or a house builder involved. It's just not got any sense of realism with it at all. 600 dwellings are not going to get delivered on that site in the 5-year period. Certainly 75 are not going to get delivered next year. It's just not realistic at all. Never mind any clear evidence.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod.
Yes, thank you. So I mean, we've again been in active discussions with our developer. They've got a planning permission in outline, but we know they're engaged with house builders and are in the process of moving that site forward. So again, the trajectory we've set out, we consider to be entirely realistic.
Okay, well, let's not go back on that. We've got the various comments.
Is a general point, so which is the other thing that was mentioned is that Worcester South is, as the crow flies, about 1.5 kilometres away from Worcestershire Parkway new settlement. I'm not quite sure of how much the council have assessed the ability for 2 sites that are within that close proximity to each other to be able to deliver those numbers.
That's the question we've asked in relation to Worcestershire Parkway and some of the other strategic sites. We'll come back to that then.
Yeah, it's an important point because these 2 sites have got to deliver at the same time. I think there's been unrealistic assumptions that 2 sites could deliver at those numbers side by side within that proximity.
Okay, let's move on briefly to Worcestershire West. Yep, briefly.
Sorry to have to keep going on this, but it is very important. So this is a site where the council have had developer returns, and those returns have suggested the provision of a substantial amount within the five-year period. And this is a site that's got house builders on board and reserve matters in place for some of the development. Other phases still need reserve matter approvals. What we're trying to do, and it was a point that was made by Mr. McLeod earlier, where he said, well, we've had a return from the developer, and that's the level, I think it was in respect of Mitten, that's the level that they're suggesting they're going to deliver at. This is where the appeal decisions, which I mentioned before, require a sense check on that, because on this one, you've got one developer saying we'll deliver the 40 to 50 dwellings per annum, and another one saying that they'll be delivering 120, 84, etc., per annum. So we've sense checked that to say, yes, it will deliver, but we've applied a more realistic assumption of delivery rates. And once you do that, we reduce this overall delivery to 750 over the 750 over the plan period. And that's bearing in mind that there are a number of different house builders there. I think there's Red Road, there's Taylor Wimpey, there is Blaws. So there's a number of different outlets that are progressing by different house builders.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLeod.
So just to put that comment into context, this site delivered 238 dwellings were built on it last year. All reserve matters on this site have been, where the consent with the reserve matters have been discharged are included in the 5-year housing land supply. The outstanding outline consents are not included in the 5-year housing land supply.
Thank you. Right, we're now coming to what are largely smaller sites in the schedule. Which I think can probably, we will look at, obviously we will go through the whole of the supply. But I think we may be able to go through these with some increased pace. He says optimistically thinking of lunch. So, okay, so the first site that's listed, land off Brickfields Road, Blackhole, has an outline planning version and it's allocated. Does the council have any further information than the developer questionnaire on that in terms of reserved matters? Or
Nothing more beyond what we've set out in the schedule.
Thank you.
There's a simple point of lack of understanding of when the business is going to relocate to be able to free up that site to make it deliverable. Very simple point.
I was just about the same point about the relocation of business on site.
Okay, I think we can skip down to Royal Worcester Porcelain. It's only a small site, to be fair. The allocation of 10 dwellings. No, people are happy for us to move on to a more substantial site then, which is the Shrub Hill Opportunity Zone. Yep.
Are these sites there that you'll go and have a look at it? Do you feel the necessity? Presumably you'll see all the applications at some point.
We will see allocations where we need to. If allocations aren't in dispute, there's nothing there we need to see, we won't need to do that. So we take a view on going to see stuff where we need to see it, because there's an awful lot. But as joyful as it might be on a day like today, travelling around Worcestershire, we probably couldn't justify going everywhere.
So this is a site where the development's progressed already in part, and it's going to be delivered in phases. There are some substantial phases still left to deliver, and it's those still left to deliver phases that we are concerned about. And it's obviously a site that is in a commercial area with a mixed range of commercial uses, and the first phase has been quite a painful development, I think, politically, because it was described, I think there was the news recently, as a ghost development, because none of the development has actually been open or the apartments set for sale as of yet. But our concern is that they've got a substantial number of dwellings that are in an apartment format in this commercial area that are yet to sell before they'll even get onto the later phases that are in the 5-year supply period. So there's a concern about the amount of delivery within that development.
Any comments, Mr. McLeod?
I might just emphasise that a lot of work has been done by my colleagues in Worcester City on this site to get the site moving, which it is. It is delivering. We've got an adopted SWDP in place as well in terms of guiding development and addressing a number of the issues there which have been set out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next site listed is a Buttonhole Avenue. Comment refers to the expiry of planning permission in November. I think really on that one, it's really just the case of the council providing us with updated information as time goes on. If we haven't issued our report by then, let us know what happened. You know, there may be a further application or discharge of conditions or whatever.
Happy to do this.
So just a brief comment on sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Appreciate being an update on it, but having had a look at that permission, there's 24 conditions and none of the pre-commencement conditions being discharged yet, which is why we flag it up.
Thank you. Okay, moving now to Malvern. Again, we're going to be talking about these allocations in another session in a few weeks' time. I think we'll by and large explore it then, but invite you, sir, to come.
I'm just conscious on some of these. We're not attending those sessions on these specific sites. We've got no objection to these sites. The only thing that we've got an issue with is the extent to which they're contributing to the 5-year land supply.
Yeah.
So we're not at some of these other sessions. This is a site where within year 2, it's going to be delivering 40 dwellings and then 40 dwellings for the 4 of the 5 years. So not April next year, but April the year after. It's got no house builder. It's been progressed by Majesfield Estate, who've confirmed that they're not going to progress matters until the plan's adopted. So how on adoption they will get house builder application in, submitted, approved, all technical approvals to be delivering 40 dwellings within year 2. Again, no issue with the site, no issue generally with it progressing. It's just about realistic assumptions within the 5-year period. And on that basis, there's no clear evidence to suggest they'll deliver those over optimistic trajectory.
Thank you. Again, we'll come back to that one. And this next one is Kales Farm. And again, another one we'll come back to. I'll do an update for the councils about when the permission's actually issued to be helpful.
We'll aim to get that. With the Section 106 is just in the final process of being signed off, so we'll update you on that matter.
Okay, thank you. Right. Next one on the list is, how do you pronounce it then? Galford Road? It's one of these names I'm sure were invented in order to catch out strangers. Yeah, we have a local pronunciation. We have quite a few of those. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So when you're looking for the test of clear evidence and the various bits and pieces that Mr. McLeod said is evident for all these sites that have been included in the 5-year supply period, this is a site where on the schedule it says developers confirmed expected completions of site, and the principle of development of the draft allocation is fully supported by the landowner. Advanced discussions with major house builder. I mean, that's not clear evidence of delivery. I appreciate, you know, there may be be able to progress this site, and wider deliverability of it during the plan period is fine. But again, this is year 2, 35 dwellings, 45, 45, and 45. No application submitted. no evidence that house builder has actually been appointed. It's sparse, to say the least.
I would just suggest, well, I would just point you to our response in the questionnaires, which shows the amount of detailed work which has been undertaken on this
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah, we'll take that into account. Okay, so line off Mayfield Road. Similar sort of comments, Tate, I'm guessing. We're getting some modest site, isn't it? So page 11, towards the bottom. Given most of these are quite modest sites, and similar comments that people have made apply to them, maybe focus on the larger sites. We'll take this away and deal with them anyway. Maybe we just sort of go through if people really have anything else to add, given what the councils have said. That might be the more efficient way of dealing with it. So, lawn farm. Site in Bayton. Right, land south of Old Malvern Road. I would say Powick, it's not pronounced like that, is it? Notice there's an appeal pending, so it'll be helpful to have an update on that as it progresses. Looking at when the permission was refused, I suspect the appeal is at a very early stage. Glenrise. Broomfield's Farm Shop. Land at the Haven. Just actually on the land at the Haven, which is on page 14, says developer suggested that. Is there a home builder or is it a site promoter? Do we know that? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, to be honest, you can come back with that when we get to the allocations. Actually. Yeah. I mean, it's just really flagging the point, isn't it? The point has been raised by representatives about the deliverability of the site. If you haven't got it now, let's not hold up lunch for that. We can come back to that later. I think you might have a greater insight from your previous involvement. Is that right?
didn't resolve highway issues, and they were trying to work in collaboration with the landowners, but it's fallen through, as we understand. The previous planning permission now elapsed, and there's no further house builder who's got a position on it.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yep. That was our understanding of the position of June 2024.
Okay, we just sort of make sure we've got a note of that, and we'll have a look at that in the trajectory. That one. That's one we can form a conclusion on at this point, I think. Okay. Land south of Oaklands. It's a similar comments, I think, in respect of that one, the planning status, etc. Okay, let's move on to Wishaven, heading ever to lunch. Land at Tagwell Road in Droitwich. The council's update refers to reserve matters application still pending.
Our question on that one was why the reserve matters have been pending for such a considerable period of time without any progress, and no timetable for delivery that will give you that clear evidence of delivery within the 5 years.
I think it's quite clear in our response there as to the progress which has now been made on that site and the expected delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
Am I allowed to say something? Because we're actually the agent on the reserve matters application. Just thought might be relevant. We secured the outline planning permission for this some time ago via appeal, which was unfortunate. The council decided not to defend the appeal. I think it was classed as being premature, despite the fact that it was allocated in this plan. So the reserve matters has been in for a while. It's proven to be a little bit painful, but there is a developer coming on board, but I would like it noted that that developer is actually an RP, and as a result, they're looking at 100% affordable, which will necessitate a deed of variation to the 106 agreement because they want to draw in Homes England grant funding. Of course, the wording of the 106 is not going to be conducive to allowing that. And it's probably going to require a plot substitution as well. So that's an update on what the developer would have said last year or what they returned in their questionnaire.
Okay, thank you. So how would that affect delivery, do you think? How far would it shift it back?
It's too early to tell at the moment because as far as I know, the RP is literally, exchanging contracts subject to them being able to get what they want on the site. Yeah. I don't believe well, actually, they might have approached the housing officer at the council, but it's very early at this stage.
So, as far as you're concerned, you think it will deliver within the 5 years, but you're not entirely sure when or how much. Is that a fair assumption? Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. Okay, Union Lane at Droitwich seems to have been a bit of a shift on that in terms of capacity, reduced down somewhat. We'll come back to that one, I think, but it's not within the 5-year supply. But of course, it has implications for the overall supply. Yeah.
So I've got a real problem with this site as a housing allocation. This is a classic case of needing to go and take a site visit and really understand the surroundings. I'm a Droitwich resident, lived there for a long time, despite my accent. And I mean, this council started off with 600 dwellings allocated on this site, which is, I think the technical term, bonkers. I genuinely couldn't understand where they were coming from on it, which is why some of my reps were somewhat facetious, I think, when initially it was proposed. Coming down to 400 dwellings is, again, it isn't going to happen. The site is not very nice in housing development terms. It's surrounded by industry, it's surrounded by railway lines and infrastructure. It's not a nice location in the town in terms of values. We are very well versed in terms of assessing viability in the town anyway, and perhaps we'll touch on the Raven briefly at some point, but the values in Droitwich have remained pretty stagnant. It's not an apartment location, but would only ever be able to deliver big numbers if it was through an apartment scheme. I'm quite astonished that the council continue to persist in proposing this allocation, and particularly for this scale. You know, you've got our written submissions, but I leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it a site? Can we see what we need to see from public areas? Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. Mr. McLeod?
Yes, so the allocation is for 200 dwellings. So we've already taken into account a number of constraints. And this is a brownfield site in Droitwich, so that needs to come forward for development.
Okay, we will go and have a look at that and no doubt consider it again. Okay. I would call it hands or locks, but it's probably called something else. Yep.
Happy to make a comment, sir. I mean, the participant summary, I agree with most of it, with the exception of sites subject to significant constraints. I think we've probably all got relative perspective on this, but in terms of the sites that I'm working on, it's certainly down towards the end of the bookcase that is simpler. It's relatively normal, you know, and I wouldn't suggest it was overly complex compared again to some of the sites that I've got that are down the other end of the bookcase. The summary from the council refers to the relationship that we've had with the local education authority, and indeed those have been conversations that have been going on for about a year now to determine the future for primary schooling within East Droitwich. That's probably been the greatest constraint, and we have agreement between us, which you can see in the statement of common ground. I won't repeat that here, for how those matters will be taken forwards. The council's trajectory is ambitious, I will say that, and it requires the council to work at pace. That much is clear. In the council summary again, it refers to initial technical reports having been completed, full suite of technical reports instructed. Vast majority of those technical reports are now here. If I wasn't here now, I would be sat going through those, and we'd be talking about the development framework. The Ainscow model is to take a permission to market with a proving layout behind it. It's something that is reasonable, practical, can happen. It's not an outline, you know. And again, we'll all have experience of this. An outline which is more broader than that, requires further work at the reserved matter stage. So my final comment, I think, on the council's trajectory is notwithstanding the lead-in times, which I've just touched on. The units that would come forward year by year are based upon one sales point plus an active RP, so they're informed, and you can go away and look at SHELA methodologies and see that that's reasonable. So from that point of view, we're quite comfortable. We're making progress. Yes, no planning application submitted yet, but it's nigh, and we're comfortable in a position where we can work with colleagues across the table and get an application away. Thank you.
Thank you. And if the council could keep us updated with submission of the planning up in due course. Yep.
Again, so it's just the issue about nothing in principle against the site at all. We haven't got an objection to the site, but it's just the ability for that to be clear evidence that you would actually include it in the 5-year land supply when it hasn't got a house builder and it hasn't got an outline planning permissions yet, or even any reserve matters. Yeah, people might be working towards that, but there's a lot more clear evidence and evidence of deliverability that's needed to get to that point. Never mind then beyond that, the extent to which these levels of delivery per annum and in such a foreshortened time period are ambitious, to say the least.
Okay, thank you. You want to come back?
I use the same word, ambitious. Yeah, it is ambitious. That's what we're here for, secretly boost housing, and conversations that we're having with the colleagues across the table recognises that, I think it's fair to say.
No, okay. Land west of Lingfield Road at Evesham.
Just a quick comment from me. Thank you, sir. Long and short of it is there's no developer, besides from a hand promoter. There's no planning application. There's an acknowledged need in the response to do a pre-app community consultation that's not been done yet. I don't think it's deliverable within the 5-year period.
Thank you. Again, if the council could keep us appraised of any developments, would be helpful. Station Road at Broadway, subject to a planning application at the moment. Again, the council could determination early summer. Again, keep us informed as to progress of that. Okay, Freshfields. See that it was allowed up on appeal back in January. Does the council got any more information on sort of follow-on applications on that? Or?
Nothing further than what we've put in the schedule, so we will obviously keep you updated as we move forward.
Thank you.
It's not a big site, that. I didn't hear that. Is there a decision on the appeal for that? There isn't a decision. Has it been approved?
Yeah, the council was noted it was allowed on appeal.
It was allowed, yeah.
22nd of January.
So the next stage to demonstrate, so that's, as I understand it, was an outline application. I'm not sure it was progressed by a house builder. And the next stage would be to demonstrate some degree of deliverability and intention to deliver within 5 years. The council suggested it would be delivering from next April 15 dwellings and 10 dwellings. So that is completely unrealistic. But if there was some evidence that a house builder came on board and it was going to get implemented, then it could be later in the plan period, but you would need some clear evidence to show that it was going to be implemented and delivered in that time frame.
Okay, go to Savills and then go round. So Savills first.
Sorry, just a point back on the Broadway site, Station Road. There is an application, it went in last month, and there are some, looking at the application online, there are some significant issues with it. So just questioning that start date of 2025, 26 for delivery.
Thank you. RCA?
Thank you, sir. Just in relation to Drake's Broughton, we have actually been appointed to do the reserve matters on this one by a house builder. So they love me in Drake's Broughton. I think my face is on the dartboard in the pub. It's about the third or fourth site we worked on now. Not popular. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. We are getting towards the end, I hope. Just about 1 o'clock. I would prefer to keep going for another 10, 15 minutes or so, have a slightly longer lunch, and then we'll come back to other exciting things after lunch. If people are happy, if people particularly need a break at the moment, people are happy to carry on? Okay. Right, so where did we get to? Southall Drive. Are those same comments about evidence clear evidence.
Yes,
Okay.
no, same comments about evidence,
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
this one is one where the landowner is saying, well, we're not going to do anything until we get an allocation. So I don't think that necessarily gives any endorsement to actually being delivered within the 5-year period, never mind 14 year 1 and 12 in year 2. In fact, as I said earlier, quite the opposite. It could be some considerable time before necessarily an allocation is progressed to an application.
Mr. Clown, could you enlighten us a bit more about survey work, etc.? What evidence do you have for that?
Like we've said in the response on that one, so they've obviously started the ecological surveys and the technical assessments to support the planning application. They're obviously waiting for the allocation to be confirmed before submitting that application. And 57 dwellings, again over a 5-year period, we think is entirely reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Just assess the test isn't a reasonable chance. The
No,
test
no,
is clear
yeah,
evidence that it will be
we've got
deliverable
that.
within 5
We
years.
know,
This
yeah.
isn't just a random sort of, it might be, and I've heard
Yeah,
this and
we
I've
know.
heard that.
Don't worry, we have that point.
So let me just come back on that. So the developer has started survey work, they've started technical assessments, and they have confirmed that they will be submitting a planning application. So that is the evidence supporting its allocation as detailed in our notes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right. Okay, land off in lane, modest site. I'm assuming similar comments apply from Line Court. Bottom of page 19, land off in lane at Hartlebury, or Roselands, Hartlebury. Yeah. Yeah, let's move on. Okay. I'd land up Withy Bed Lane at Inkbarrow. Council referred, like a site earlier on, about ecological surveys and technical assessments underway. Again, I'm imagining similar comments from Lion Court on that one. Yeah, site at Cropthorne, again, it's a modest site. Assuming it's similar comments. That site was, the last one is Cropthorne, land of the Daves. Yeah. So this next site is Defford. And move on to Blacksmith's Lane at Lower Moor. And again, council's confirmed that survey work has been underway. It might be pushed back a bit. Longhyde Road, South Littleton, modest site. Some of the similar comments will apply to we've heard already. Clee Road, out of Joseph Clee Road and School Lane, North and Middle Littleton. Again, another modest site. Right, moving on to Davis Road at Evesham. No planning application. Doesn't look as if there's been any technical work or whatever done on that one. We are it's getting like that, isn't it? Page 22, land off Davis Road, Evesham. It's doesn't seem overly convincing, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all we've got on that is expecting to start work on site in June 2026. Developers suggest site will accommodate 54 dwellings. I mean, again, I know it's only a small site, 37 dwellings, but it can hardly be anywhere near clear evidence about delivery.
Mr. McLeod, do you want to say anything on that one, or move on?
So sorry, we probably should have put this in actually, but it's a brownfield site. Demolition has already taken place on the site. So they've cleared the site ready for development. As we've said in there, we are expecting them to move forward with a planning application shortly. So, but that hasn't been submitted as of yet. But they have progressed the site.
Okay, thank you. Penultimate page, I think. Abbey Road at Evesham, as an outline permission, pending reserved matters, 200 dwellings. Oh, it's reserved matters permission, actually. Yeah, Savills?
Thank you. Yes, it's just not very clear what's happening with this site. There's a reserve matters application that's been in for quite some time, since 2020, for 200 units. So the developer is obviously trying to increase the 159 dwellings that are actually approved on site. So it's just not clear, are they going to wait out 200 units? Are they going to implement the 150 units? Just quite a lot of uncertainty there.
Okay, thanks. Mr. McLeod, can you provide some clarity there?
I think we've set out quite a bit of detail on that one, so in our response to the current position, and I think there's, you know, obviously detailed discussions under reserved matters to move that scheme forward.
Okay, thank you. Land at 9 acres Overbury, another modest site. Oh, it could be the last one. Raven Hotel at Droitwich. Starting to enjoy it. Council report for site as planning permission, granted in May 2024. So it would be included as deliverable.
No, it's not deliverable. So planning consultant that got the planning permission, and we're also the viability consultant as well. So we have got a very detailed knowledge of this particular site. It shouldn't be in the trajectory at all. I have no idea when it's going to get delivered. Obviously, the council have given a detailed bit of feedback on the problems that are associated with it. It's had a lot of public interest because it's so visible. There is obviously a listed building attached to it as well. So it requires very specialist approaches to the conversion of the manor house, which forms the main part, or the most interesting part of the site, if you like. The site is an absolute mess. And the scheme that has planning permission, I had great reservations about anyway, because we were pretty much forced to put apartments, far more apartments on the scheme than we considered to be viable, and that further undermined the viability of the scheme. The council pushed back strongly on viability through their own assessment of our FBA, and the district valuer argued that it was viable despite evidence to the contrary, overwhelming evidence to the contrary, in fact. Even without 106 contributions, the scheme is unviable. That's how bad it actually is. I'm more than happy to provide the figures, but the council have them. And for them to say that this scheme is deliverable is nonsense.
Mr. McLeod?
object to the words nonsense. Reality is it has a full planning permission for 48 dwellings. Is it a challenging site? Yes, and we're obviously aware of the challenges with the listed building. The new development relates to the car park at the rear of the site. Council is actively working with the landowner to address the issues. I think to be saying we wouldn't deliver this site within 5 years, is just not going to be acceptable, because something needs to be done with that site. If the landowner can't deliver it, the council will be looking to take measures to deliver it. But we believe there, the discussions we've had with the landowner, he's been actively progressing the discharge. He's discharged a Section 106 last year, and he's continuing to work with us to look at ways of bringing this site forward.
Okay, I mean, this might be one where I think we would take up the offer of further information so that it's a clear evidence. If you wouldn't mind liaising with the councils on that and maybe agree a note where you agree and disagree, because you clearly have more detailed information that isn't before, so it would be useful to have that. So it just would be a brief note you could agree with the councils, setting out points of agreement and disagreement, just to help us, just to guide us on the viability issue when we come to be looking at the tests on this one.
So
Okay?
yes, that's absolutely fine. I mean, in terms of the enforcement action that the council have been taking, and I appreciate why the council are doing it, because the politicians are getting fed up with the site not coming forward. And, it is a very much loved place in the town. So there's a lot of pressure from local people to bring the site forward, or for something to happen. And that is why I think the owner is engaging, because they have been basically threatened. So, I am sympathetic with the council as to why they are trying to push for it to be delivered, but it's very hard to draw in funding to deliver a scheme like this when it's delivering a big fat negative value, residual land value. I'm more than happy to work with the council to, yes, agree some sort of common ground, or a statement of common ground, and show where we differ. What I would suggest, however, is that we don't revisit the FVAs, and that we use the ones that were submitted at the time, because they've got them, and we're obviously not, we don't have a fee to kind of spend time looking at this in any great detail anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do appreciate the offer that if you're doing it to be helpful. Yeah, the council are happy to
Yeah, I mean,
to do that. I mean, it just needs to be a brief note, really, that just sets out the point. Doesn't have to be.
But it does need to be factual as well, sir, and there's no enforcement action in relation to this site. The work which has been undertaken relates to a detailed building control issue and the safety of the roof. So there's been no enforcement action taken. The council has exercised its powers, using its building control powers to make the roof safe, because that was a public health and safety issue. So there's been no enforcement action taken.
Yeah, I mean, we're just really interested in what the clear evidence is. There clear evidence that it's not viable? It's really that point in what we need to look at. Okay, right. Well done, everybody. We have reached the final page. Good, that was really helpful as part of our consideration, which will continue over the next few weeks and months. So I think we all deserve lunch. We shall resume at 2 o'clock with some more excitement about housing and land supply. Thank you. Right. Seats, please. Thank you. Okay, it's 2 o'clock, and let's resume with our matter about housing land supply. Yesterday, we had some discussions about neighbourhood plans and neighbourhood plan requirements as set out in Annex E. We said we'll come back to that today, and indeed that's what we're doing. So, I mean, the question that we had yesterday really was, how do these neighbourhood plan requirements fit in to supply? Are they things that are already included within the supply table set out? Or is it an additional component of supply? And what is the evidence that justifies those figures? Because doing a very, very quick rough tally, looking at ignoring the minus figures in Annex E, there's well over 1,000 dwellings that would be provided by neighbourhood plans. There's a very rough tally, I'm sure it's nowhere near the number. So, when you ask me the first question, is that an element of supply that for some reason hasn't found its way through the plan? Or, because I know it talks about, it nets off allocated sites, etc. Maybe you can enlighten us on that.
No, so they're not a component of supply. They're purely there to give neighbourhood plans an indication as to the level of housing they should be looking to test through the neighbourhood planning process. So we're not saying that these should be an addition to or a component of our housing land supply.
So, but is the plan seeking to make provision for that level of housing by setting the requirements for neighbourhood plans? Because if it is, it therefore becomes part of the supply, and it's an extra however many dwellings on top.
No, so we saw this purely as meeting the requirements of the MPPF to give a figure for neighbourhood plans and give them a guide as to what they should be trying to address through the neighbourhood plan process. So we're not saying that these are additional requirements. So our position on neighbourhood planning is obviously, our point of view is, the housing standard method has been met across the plan area. So, and the approach that we've taken is obviously through more strategic sites, urban extensions, etc. So if you were looking at our approach, the requirement for neighbourhood plan areas, as we've met the housing requirements, would effectively be zero. What we've tried to do is put into place to meet the requirements of the MPPF, is give them a guidance as to what the appropriate level of housing for them to test in their areas based on the methodology that we set out within that paper.
Trying to get my head around that. So are they requirements that neighbourhood plans should meet? And are there neighbourhood planning bodies in all of these parishes? Or are they just figures apportioned to parishes where there may not be any? Because it could be a significant element of supply, just sort of supply that some of the people around the table have been talking about the last couple of days. And it would effectively push or provide some supply in the smaller settlements. But we're really not clear what the function of this is. If it's part of the supply, it's part of the supply, and it's something that can be dealt with through neighbourhood plans. If it's not, is it actually sound to have it in there? We're really not sure what the purpose is. It's quite a number of houses that seem to be set out there, but it's a requirement, but it's not part of the supply. We're not sure.
Yes, so I share your confusion on this. We have discussed this some time ago as to what the purpose of Annex E actually is and how that correlates back to paragraph 66 and 67 of the MPPF. And I'm not sure it does. And I'm not sure Annex E is really serving any useful purpose. And it may be sensible for it to be removed. Because as I understand what's been carried out, if you look at Annex C, you'll see in the third column, there is a column housing requirement, and that is simply a calculation that has been carried out in relation to the population of that particular neighbourhood area to arrive at a figure. That's then been assessed against the plan to see whether or not in that area that figure either is or isn't met, which gets the minus or plus figure that you see in the totals. And that's it.
Okay.
It does nothing or more than that.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of trying, but probably failing, but trying to meet the rather curious requirement in paragraph 66 of the MPPF that somehow local plans are meant to set out a housing requirement figure for neighbourhood areas. And I think in the case, and you say you'll be aware that quite often in local plan there may be 3 or 4 neighbourhood areas, and actually it's quite easy just to kind of correlate the requirements of the plan back to a figure for a particular neighbourhood area. But here we've got many, many neighbourhood areas, and that sort of extrapolation back doesn't really work. And that's why you've got some quite curious figures like minus 442 or plus 600, which bears no relationship really to anything else. So I think what I'm probably saying a rather long way around it is that we're kind of seeking your guidance on whether this is actually serving any utility or not, but it's certainly not an additional stream of supply.
Okay, I think that's helpful because on first reading, that is what it looks like, but it's not included in the supply. I can see why you've done it, but when I've examined plans before to sought to do this, there's a lot of evidence that goes behind these figures, and actually a lot of involvement with local communities in order to reach those figures. Because if a figure, effectively, if it is a requirement, is it a requirement? If there's not a requirement figure, that is then determined through the neighbourhood planning process.
I think that's right. They're not meant to be, I don't think, setting out housing requirements for the neighbourhood. They're simply theoretical figures, some of which are clearly quite, like Warndon has got 604 units. I mean, that's just the effect of the mathematics. So on that basis, it may be more sensible just to remove Annex E from the plan and just leave it to be determined through neighbourhood plans if neighbourhoods wish to deliver more housing than is already allocated in their area through the local plan.
I think there would need to be properly captured in strategic policy what neighbourhood plans are able to do. So there's no reason why neighbourhood plans cannot review settlement boundaries and include extra land for development, etc.
Yep.
Certainly what's set out on the face of it doesn't appear to be justified. The minus figures are a little bit out there, aren't they?
I agree. Curious, I think.
Yeah. And they haven't actually been this hasn't actually been put forward, Regulation 19, as being clear requirements. So I think we would have had a lot more representation. The community said, hang on a minute.
Yes,
yeah.
It's not set out in a policy, it's almost just there for information, and as you rightly say, it's pretty confusing as to what exactly it is it's trying to achieve. So it may be that it's better just to remove Annex E because it's not really serving any useful purpose and it's certainly not effective or probably sound or justified.
Crossing back to what we were discussing on yesterday, there was a criterion G that we discussed yesterday in policy 3 that is supported of development through neighbourhood plans. Maybe that could be reworded.
Yes, we can take that away and just see whether we can just stick some words in that policy, get rid of Annex or remove Annex E, and then just leave it at that.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's heading in the right direction, but there are people around the table who want to contribute to this.
We'll take that.
So that was just really establishing what the plan was trying to do. I think we now know, so go over to you.
Thank you, Katie Parsons for RCA Regeneration for various clients. I'm afraid I struggled to hear most of that from both sides. I think the sound levels have dipped again, but I think I sort of followed the gist of it. So I'm understanding that these aren't extra numbers or hived off numbers. It's just an extrapolation from the general numbers, indicatively showing what might be allocated. I would agree then that it's not helpful to show them. I think if numbers are going to be shown for neighbourhood plan areas, they need to be based on looking at the constraints and the context to be meaningful. Entirely removing them, I'm not entirely sure I'm 100% behind, because then what do those neighbourhood plan areas then have to go off? So I don't know if maybe something that says how they would be calculated would be helpful. But I don't think that methodology that the council put forward was helpful. And I think if it had been consulted upon in this context, I think there would have been a lot more comments on it and how unhelpful it was for the reasons I said yesterday. I'm assuming, do I need to repeat what I said yesterday for today, or?
No, we've got that from yesterday.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, I guess on the one hand, it's useful to hear that they're not additional numbers, but I don't think they're helpful, and I think they overcomplicate things and make things very difficult for neighbourhood plan groups themselves, but also for anybody looking to deliver anything in a neighbourhood plan area, because it's just not clear what it means and how those numbers are to be used. And committees and neighbourhood plan areas are likely to see it as an upper limit and a block is the reality. And that's clearly not what it's intended to be, and I think the wording of the plan could be a lot clearer on that to help support neighbourhood plan areas better. Thank you.
Thank you. HBF?
I think I concur that it doesn't aid clarity and therefore it's not very helpful. I think the council, we have sympathy that the council's in a position where they're supposed to tell neighbourhood plan groups what they should be planning for, and yet they can't actually count as supply if it's not assessed as deliverable. And we're very keen that small sites should be allocated, but deferring that to neighbourhood plans doesn't give any certainty, because neighbourhood planning is entirely voluntary and it only takes somebody to move away, sadly die, or the control of the parish council to change for those well-meaning intended plans that have been put forward through local plans and neighbourhood plans say, we'll deliver it, to not happen. And that's a real problem that we've experienced in the past. So I think it should be clear that any neighbourhood plan allocation is additional to the housing requirement. Again, for other local plans elsewhere, other EIPs elsewhere, and other planning applications. And again, just a recognition that the tests for neighbourhood plan soundness, or whatever they call it, because it isn't soundness, are different. They don't have to do the same deliverable available assessment that you'd have to do for a local plan allocation. So to reiterate again, there's a need for clarity, and we think small sites should be allocated because it's very risky and expensive to put in planning applications. Windfalls are not the way to go. We really think allocation is the way, because our smaller members are finding the cost and the risk. It's just not worth it, and many of them are on the verge of going out of business, and some have already gone out of business. So if the council want to support the government's wider objective of diversifying the house building industry and promoting small and medium-sized house builders, small sites are allocated. And I just add to that, it's not just small sites, it's 10 smaller sites. Some of our medium-sized builders build 100 units at a time. So it's not just big allocations help the big guys and small allocations help the smaller builders. There's also this need for the range in the middle. So we'd strongly encourage the council to review, and again, I'd be happy to work with them on some draft wording if that would be useful outside of this examination on how we could go forward and how we could address our concerns to resolve this.
Thank you. So I think really we're looking at sort of an amendment to policy 3, really, that clarifies the position with neighbourhood plans. And I think the plan probably should also reflect the neighbourhood plans. That's an opportunity to review settlement boundaries in that area. Because if it's not, the neighbourhood plan isn't going to provide anything, is it?
Yes.
The neighbourhood planning group wishes to make allocations, say.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, paragraph G is saying that it's supportive of additional plan-led development. So that's the additionality that the HBF are concerned about, which so that point is met. But the additional point that you are now making, sir, is that also anticipates that if a neighbourhood plan wants to revisit the settlement boundary, that is something that they could do.
I think so. Yeah. It's a conformity issue, isn't it? And if it's not clear, an argument could be made, well, actually, the neighbourhood plan should not be reviewing the settlement boundary because it wouldn't be in conformity with the strategic policy. So
Yep.
it's that point, really?
Yep, no, so those are 2 points, yep, understood that. We'll take that away and have a go.
Okay, thank you.
Paragraph G, thank you, sir.
Terra strategic?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just be brief about this. I'm just supporting the comments of the HBF and other respondents in terms of taking Annex E out of the SWDPR, because I think it is, when it's in the wild, it's a little bit counterproductive. It does send mixed messages to neighbourhood planning authorities. That there are those that may want to deliver over and above what Annex E is prescribing, but the converse is equally damaging insofar as if they look at the table in Annex C and think their neighbourhood plan has done exactly their previous neighbourhood plan has done exactly what's required of it, undertake a short review to benefit from the protections in paragraph 14 of the framework, identify there is no need to allocate any additional land, that is suddenly actively thwarting the ability of that parish to deliver housing that may be required under other planning policies. And there is a good example of this with the Harvington Neighbourhood Plan Examiner's report, which was February this year.
Thank you. CPRA?
Sorry. The issue here is the status of neighbourhood plans. If there is a conflict between the district plan and the neighbourhood plan, if it's a strategic policy, the district plan takes precedence. If it is a non-strategic policy, the neighbourhood plan takes precedence. Now, a big allocation like Throckmorton or Parkway is clearly strategic. To say that Welland, say, should have 50 houses, I'm not sure what the number is, what its target is, is clearly, it may well be a strategic policy. To say which site in Welland should be developed, I would suggest is a non-strategic policy, and it is therefore one to be determined by the neighbourhood plan. I mentioned Welland because I'm told that the issue that I raised yesterday is an active one with them, in that the councils are promoting one site and the neighbourhood plan team are promoting another, and it wouldn't be good for both of those to be going through. If we're not careful, we get double counting here, which isn't good for anybody. For the purpose of the present process, where you're looking at 5-year housing targets, I would suggest that you go with the council's allocation. If the neighbourhood plan is promoting a different one, that's going to be a substitute for it, not an additional one, unless the neighbourhood plan makes it additional, in which case it would be countable. However, in all of this, we're dealing with quite small numbers of houses, so it is probably not going to make a significant difference to the housing, to the 5-year housing land supply. So it's probably one that you can park or ignore, or something close to that in making your assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. So the council have got to note the actions in respect of looking at policy 3 and removal of the table. Yep, okay, thank you. Right. I think that's it for neighbourhood plans. That's been really helpful, thank you. Right, let's move to the final topic on housing land supply. Windfall. So the question we pose is, what is the compelling evidence for the supply of housing from windfall sites through the plan period? Council put forward evidence in respect of small-scale sites and large-scale sites. And we could deal with each in turn. Got a number of questions really around this to try to structure it. So start with the council just reminding us what level of windfall they consider would continue throughout the plan period and what is their compelling evidence for the supply from the small scale sites to large scale sites.
So thank you. So we've assumed an annual rate on small windfall sites of 240 dwellings per annum and on large windfall sites of 242 dwellings per annum. The rationale for that is set out in exam 23, and we believe that there is compelling evidence there to demonstrate how windfalls have consistently come forward over a long period of time to supplement the council's housing land supply. In the case of small windfalls, we have 18 years of data, so supporting the figure which we have put into the plan. And in the case of large sites, we have 8 years worth of data, again demonstrating large windfall sites consistently coming forward. We've also been in that paper set out some of the assumptions which we've made in relation to large windfall sites, in particular where the tilted balance was applied.
So in respect of the application of paragraph 11 of the framework, then whilst if the plan's adopted, there will be a period of time before we get to July 26, when the council may or may not be outside of paragraph 11 territory, but it could very well be back in it in July 26. So is the approach you've taken a conservative one in respect of the context of national policy at that time?
Sorry, so we believe it's conservative, but we've also tried to be realistic about the rate of windfalls coming forward. I mean, there is a clear demonstration with the table that we submitted yesterday of the rate of windfall development, which has come forward over the last, even the last sort of first few years of the plan period from 2021. 3,882 have come forward within that period, and we projected that forward. I would say we've been conservative, but I think, I'd rather be on the conservative side with windfalls. There's arguments from some parties saying we could have gone higher. There's obviously arguments saying that we could have gone lower. So I think we've pitched it somewhere, but we think it's a realistic, looking at the historic trends, we think we've pitched it at the right level.
Okay, final question I would put to the councils before opening this up. In the housing land supply, windfall is applied, I think, from year 3, am I right on that? From year 4? Is that because of we're looking at the date, the 1st of April 2025?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay, that's really the final question I meant to ask earlier. In respect of the monitoring of completions in this current year, when do you broadly do that? When do you broadly get the data together? Because different councils do it at different times. Just wondering if and how it can feed into what we're doing.
We obviously aim to try and do our monitoring as quickly as possible after the 1st of April date. In previous years, we've normally been going out to sites, looking at sites, generally around May, June time. In some cases, that has been pushed back into July. We then obviously take a while to collate all that information, sift it through, make sure that we've got it correct, and then assess it and look at what sites will come forward and should be included in our 5-year housing land supply.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So it could be the autumn.
September, October, I think, is the answer to the question.
again, I really don't want to repeat what I said in my Reg 19 or the maths issues and questions response, but I think I'll just add to it by saying I think there's a need to recognise the increasing regulatory burden, particularly on the smaller builders, from biodiversity net gain, from the building safety levy, from the market conditions at the moment, from the uncertainty in the market, from the challenge of finding an affordable housing provider. Even if you can build the affordable housing and it stacks up, no one wants to take it on and manage it, particularly on smaller sites. So I think there's a real challenge around rolling forward the evidence, because times have changed, things have changed, the market's changed, conditions have changed. And as I said, this increasingly regulatory burden on small builders is literally putting them out of business.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we had a few points to raise on windfall. We don't support the council's approach. We obviously want a plan-led system and a system that allocates more sites than it does relying on windfall. And it may not be unreasonable for the council to allow for some windfall, given that there's some evidence, particularly on small sites over an extended period of time. But the level of windfall provision that they're now relying on is significant and excessive. And I know we touched on it earlier, but I do believe that there is a negative impact on reliance on windfalls. The HBF mentioned a point there, which is a valid point. But when we're trying to plan and direct development to certain strategic locations, we don't know when windfalls will come forward. We don't know where they'll come forward. The council have got no control on those, and they may not come forward in the locations which are ideally aligned to the overall strategy. In our submissions here, we've focused on the windfall element within the 5-year period, although I do note your question actually says through the plan period itself. The plan period windfalls, given that the council continue just to carry forward large and small ones at the same rates throughout the full plan period to 2041, amount to over 6,000 dwellings that are somewhere in the region of 25% of the housing requirement of the plan that is not planned for, is going to happen somehow, somewhere, that we have no control over the timing of, etc., etc. So I don't think that's acceptable for plans. I've seen other plans that have been examined that have raised concerns at 12, 15% and being much too high. So I don't think that's for the plan trajectory point. In respect of the 5-year land supply position, obviously the council's approach, it seems to me, is just trying to, again, ensure that the numbers can get them to a position that's above 5 years. So at submission of this plan, the council only allowed for windfall, as I understood it, in the final 2 years of the 5-year period. Now they're adding it to the final 3 years. Previously, the council's approach was only to allow for small site windfalls with their evidence dating back some period of time. They've now decided that we'll have on top of that a large site windfall, which effectively doubles the amount from windfall from 200 odd to 500 each year, and they apply that obviously for the 3 years rather than the 2 years, and the consequence in the 5-year period is that it's nearly 1,446 dwellings that are windfall over the final 3 years of the 5-year period. We think it'd be reasonable to include for a small site windfall. We don't believe that it should include the large site windfall, and we think that it should be over the final 2 years of the plan, of the 5-year period.
Thank you. Just before you come in, Mr. McLeod, we touched on yesterday that the assumption is that windfalls would come forward within the defined settlement boundaries by and large. Is that the council's experience if you exclude the sites that come forward under the paragraph 11 of the framework?
Yeah, that's correct, sir. And actually, contrary to what Mr. Tate is saying there, the history of evidence shows that these have been coming forward even when there was an up-to-date plan in place. So when we had the 2016 plan, there was a long history of evidence of windfalls consistently coming forward year on year. And as you pointed out, if you look at the average over that period, it's 270 dwellings per annum over an 18-year period. So a whole range of economic cycles with plans being in place, we've consistently delivered a supply of windfall sites over that period. The evidence in our position is compelling. And, if we were to go lower than that, frankly, we would be just, it wouldn't be credible, really. We would be underestimating it significantly. So the evidence points out we've gone below the average over that period. Again, as I said, taking a conservative approach. The other point I would make is, in terms of the HBF point, this covers a whole economic cycle. So, the evidence is there over 18 years in relation to small sites, 8 years in relation to large sites. So, and we've seen, particularly with large sites coming forwards, within the city of Worcester, windfall sites happening within the city's boundaries, a consistent supply coming through. So these are just acknowledged trends. It's completely appropriate, given the evidence we have in front of us, to take those numbers into account.
Okay. Is there any evidence either way as to the ongoing capacity that remains within settlement boundaries? Showing my age, years ago, we used to undertake capacity studies, settlements, under the previous version of local plan making back in the 1990s. But has the council got any evidence really on that in terms of capacity? Say,
well, the capacity certainly still seems to be there currently, and what we've seen over the last years, as I said, the early years of the plan, 3,382 windfall completions, which is a significant number. And you're seeing that continuing churn of change of use from commercial over to residential, windfall sites coming up within the category 1, 2, and 3 settlements as well. So there is a proven track record of these numbers coming forward. And contrary to what Mr. Tate was saying, even the last 3 years, 3,382 completions on windfall sites.
Thank you. Go to Savills.
Thank you. Yes, just on that point that Mr. McLeod's made, the council may be able to demonstrate a supply of delivery of windfall sites over quite some time, but surely that shows that basically the low-hanging fruit of windfall sites have come forward. The ones that are brownfield sites, that relocation of businesses, things like that. They're not going to be constantly a supply of those type of sites. So if those easier sites have come forward, I think it's clear that in the last 4 years or so of the plan, there's been many sites that have come forward which are purely come forward due to the lack of a 5-year housing land supply and paragraph 11 of the MPPF. And so it's not a position that in its current form is going to be sustained, and therefore the figure is overestimated.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, just building on that point, I think paragraph 71 of the September 23 MPPF is very relevant in terms of what the expectations are on the council in terms of justifying windfall sites. And it's not just historic rates, it's land availability, as has just been hinted at. It's also future trends as well. And I think the council is very much focused on historic rates. And the question would be how much of that land has actually been taken up, and therefore how much is available moving forward to deliver windfall developments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a couple of points I want to make on the principle of the windfall, and then specifically about why we think it should be slightly higher than it is. The first one is this question of a plan-led approach. And reading the submissions, there are a number of people commenting on that. The first point we would make is that the MPPF clearly considered it a plan-led approach, because the MPPF has a method for how you should approach windfalls and how you should collect evidence. And I think every examination I go to, people say that it isn't plan-led. whatever the level of windfall. The second point is that this is a largely allocated site approach. I mean, clearly we have some concerns about some allocations, but even if they were taken out, it is a largely allocated site. My calculation is that even with the addition that we suggest, over 80%, about 80% would be on allocated sites. So it's not a case that we are not, that it's not an approach that is based on a plan-led approach because it includes windfalls. The third point is SWDPR 03A2, which is the policy on windfalls, is quite clear that those windfalls have to come forward in line with the plan. So windfalls would have to be tested by the plan itself. So we're not talking about windfalls wherever they come forward being acceptable in some kind of unplan-led way. They would still have to be part of a plan-led approach. And the plan is quite clear about that. The fourth point on that is that not including them doesn't mean they won't happen. But they won't not happen because we don't give a number to them. So we can't stop them happening by saying that we're not going to include them for some reason. So given that there is qualitative and quantitative evidence that they will come forward, they should be taken into account. And I don't think it's just quantitative, because we know that, for example, changes in how you can change the use of a building have effect on windfalls. So there are other things that are coming forward which have made it easier for windfalls to come forward and be developed. And of course, interestingly, the discussion that you previously had about neighbourhood plans, we saw a list of neighbourhood plans which have sites, which have additional numbers added to them, of which some may not come forward, but some will come forward. Now, if those come forward and they're not allocated, those very neighbourhood plan sites will become windfalls within the neighbourhood plan and within the process of that. So the first thing is that we think they are plan-led, and we think there is evidence. The other point that I wanted to deal with, because it comes up in a number of regards, is in regard to the 5-year housing land supply. And this has been brought forward really as an objection to particularly the larger windfall sites. Now, the first thing I just would draw your attention to is that if in the housing topic paper, when it talks about large windfall sites, you will just note, sorry, I'm on the small windfall sites, it's in, I can't find the exact paragraph. Yes, no, it's paragraph 2.13. It's quite clear that appeal decisions have been removed to ensure the data is robust, and only those dwellings that the council themselves have approved are counted. So clearly the lack of a 5-year land supply would have a particular effect on appeal decisions. So those have been excluded. Secondly, as I think has been mentioned to you before, the large windfall completions given in table 2 go back to 2016-17. So we have a fairly robust period from before the time, which I think was 2022, when the 5-year housing land supply issues arose. And clearly, large windfalls come about because sites become available. And you know, in a sense, we can talk about low-hanging fruit, but we don't always exactly know what the low-hanging fruit in the next 20 years will be. So certainly it's also true that in terms of the 5-year housing land supply, the completions go back to 2016. I didn't see, it may be, but I haven't seen any specific examples where the 5-year land supply is related to large windfalls. And even if it was, I haven't seen people suggesting a lower level of large windfalls to account for that. Because if 5-year land supply had some effect, you couldn't say in any reasonable sense that in the next 20 years you would have no additional large windfall sites across the whole area because of that 5-year housing land supply issue. So we consider that the evidence given in there is robust in terms of the past. We think that qualitative evidence, and we've had the evidence just today on the neighbourhood plan situation, that windfalls will come forward. We do note that one of the things that they've done is rather surprising in the large windfall, that even in the pandemic, we have had windfall sites. Quite a lot of times when I've come to these events, you see the windfalls go down during the pandemic, that they're higher. There are a couple of years just before 2019-20 where they are lower. But, you know, it seems to be a fairly robust windfall situation. So the last point, which is in a sense where our objection comes, is that we think in terms of the small windfalls, that the last 5 years are not necessarily the best 5 years. I mean, we know that it's been a difficult economic time and that has some effect. If we take 10 years, which seems a much more reliable period and allows a bit more for flexibility, you get to a figure of 282. So we think that the windfall allowance should be increased by a moderate amount. That helps in terms of getting closer to the 80%. That might avoid a review. And we've mentioned separately to that we think there are some gains in terms of density, and it's in our thing, and in delivery on the major sites. But that's our position on windfalls, and I think, as I say, I'm not convinced by the case that's been put against the level of windfall in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. McLeod?
So we've got a huge amount of points to come back on, but in terms of I think I said in my opening remarks on windfalls, you know, we've just been prudent. You could have gone with the average of 270 over a longer period of time, but we felt it was robust to take a small reduction on that to put us in the best possible position in terms of windfalls and being as realistic as we can be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, final comment, Mr. Tate, and then Council wrap it up.
Just a couple of brief points, just come back on. The things that just concern me is that the large site windfall was not an approach in the previous local plan, so it wasn't something that the previous plan had. It wasn't even in the submission plan, as I can see. It's only come about in the most recent housing update paper on supply, in circumstances where the council were asked to update the 5-year land supply position. I could be quite cynical about that, but it's conveniently been able to add quite a sizable additional supply of sites without any evidence of any precision on which sites they are. So that does particularly concern us, and the framework. I appreciate what Mr. McLeod says about here's our evidence of past rates, but it's explicit in saying that it needs to be compelling evidence, and it needs to be compelling evidence that they will provide a reliable source of supply going forward, and they're realistic, and will continue expected future trends. So it's not about what happened in the past, it's also the other aspect is proving it will continue to happen in the future, of which the council suggests it will continue at exactly the same rate for the next, 20 years, right from the start of the plan period, right the way through it at the same level, with no adjustment through any part of the plan period at all. And I think that's particularly realistic. And then just the final point is that the evidence on large-scale windfalls is over a much foreshortened period. Sorry, I'm on final point. I don't think the council have actually answered the question of why the 5-year land supply has now 3 years of windfall at the end of it and not 2, which was the particular approach that the vast majority of any other 5-year land supply calculations have, and it was the approach that the council used to previously take.
Thank you. Savills?
Thank you. Yeah, just a final bit from myself in relation to SWDP 03 and Part A2 in terms of windfalls. It's really is the capacity in the development boundaries settlement to provide this significant increase in windfall provision. I don't think we've seen that particular evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The preferred options version of the plan with draft allocations in was published in 2019, and understandably during the course of the last 6 years, officers have worked proactively on some of those applications to turn them into planning permissions. Now, presumably those draft allocations will have been recorded as windfalls, and that will have had an effect on the figures, whereas if the plan had been progressed quickly, they would have formed allocations.
Thank you. Okay, we'll wind up on this one. So, Mr. McLeod, any final comments?
I think we've covered everything else.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, did you want to come back on something? Do you really want to press on? Because we've still got quite a lot to do.
I have 3 very quick points. First one is we're talking about completions, not permissions. Just to stress that. So completions would be delayed from permissions, given the last comment. Secondly, it would have an effect figured on the 5-year land supply, not a large one, but please take that into account. And just the final simple point, I'm sure you're fully aware of it, the MPPF does not make a distinction between large scale and small scale windfalls, which was why we think large scale windfalls should have been in from the beginning.
Thank you. Okay, so that's our consideration of the exciting topic of windfalls finished. Set out at the start where we need to get to in terms of housing land supply, the 5-year supply, and the overall plan supply. And we will keep considering the overall trajectory through the plan period. We focus particularly on the 5-year supply question today because that's where we need to look at the sites. What we will do through the consideration of the allocations is actually consider what or explore the delivery that's been proposed on those and form a view through that process, because we're not, this isn't the right forum to do that. We have the views of people at the strategic level. People have discussed, we've discussed a literature report, delivery within the area, etc., etc. We've got all of that context. We'll take that away and we'll carry on considering that, and we will form our own view on the trajectory in due course. It might be helpful to us at some point through the examination to have a Excel spreadsheet version of the trajectory for us to use, and just so as we start forming views, inspectors probably shouldn't do things with numbers in case it goes wrong, but we can actually then start to record what we're thinking going forward, and we will ask the council to invite the councils to amend the trajectory as we start forming views going forward. But it would help us in reaching a clear view on what the pictures are in terms of 5-year supply and overall plan supply.
get that prepared.
Okay, thank you. So very finally, has everyone had the opportunity to say what they think they've come here to say today about housing land supply?
Sorry, sir, could I add one point to the general comments I made earlier, which I neglected to do, which was about, I talked a lot about getting to the point where you start delivery, but there's also the point in terms of a lack of evidence of the delivery rate per annum there afterwards. And I just wanted to mention that because I'm not going to be here for the Parkway Day, but there's clearly a very high level, particularly for Parkway, but for the other urban extensions too. And again, when I looked at the council's evidence in respect of that, there is you know, a lot of detailed analysis of the points that might impact on delivery rates, and everything, but there's nothing there that actually justifies where the assumed figure that they've given for each of the strategic sites comes from, or indeed how that will be achieved going forward. So I didn't want to delay anybody any further, but I didn't want to go away without just adding that point to what's made.
Yeah, thank you. That's what we'll be doing through the further sessions. Just trying really to get that picture, and so that we can get a clear view on what we think the trajectory looks like. We have everyone else's views, we haven't got our own yet. So thank you very much for your contributions. That has been very helpful for what can be the driest of dry topics. And I think we made a lot of progress today. So thank you very much for your contributions. We'll take a break now until... Yep, until 3:10 for the next matter. So thank you.
Okay, it's 3:10, so if we can resume the sessions and move on to matter 6, which is a collection of policies you'll have seen. So there's the infrastructure policy and then the implementation one, and the rest are largely themed around housing, which has been what we've been dealing with today. There's been some changes around the table, so could we do some introductions starting at this end again? Thank you.
Sorry, so Denise Duggan, who's joining us, who's Principal Planning Officer, and Hannah Davis, who's the Principal Planning Officer as well.
Good afternoon, Sir, Madam. Sean Lewis from the on behalf of the Special Estate and Hannam Land.
Richard Kimbling, King's Counsel, instructed on behalf of Homes England and Summits in respect of Worcestershire Parkway. To my left is Mr. Ben Frodsham, who's Head of Planning and Enabling at Homes England, and to my right is Mr. Mike Best.
Good afternoon, Sian Griffiths, Planning Director, RCA Regeneration on behalf of, I was going to say various artists. It's been a long day already. Various clients, thank you.
Hello, Michael Davis from Savills, representing St Modwen Developments.
Good afternoon, Charlie Banner, KC, also representing St Modwen.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Palmer, St Modwen Developments.
Good afternoon, that's better. My name is Lena Marianta Collier, I'm a solicitor, and on my right is Alex Roberts from Lambert Smith Planning, and on my left is Lisa Peaty from Worcestershire Acute Hospital NHS Trust.
Thank you very much. John Bowden, Clifton upon Team, Parish Council.
Good afternoon, I'm John Mills from the Cotswolds National Landscape.
Hello again, Thea Osmond-Smith, barrister, together with John Kirby, instructed on behalf of Wayne Estates.
Hi, Rachel Damon, HBF, our members of Big Builders, Small Builders, etc.
Jacob Ohill from RPS on behalf of Macmick Group and Barrett David Wilson.
Jonathan Adams at Tetlow King Planning on behalf of Bromford Housing Group.
Dr. Peter King, Chairman, CPRE Worcestershire.
Okay, so we start with question 40, which concerns policy 09, which is about infrastructure, and whether that's consistent with the MPPF paragraph 57, in regard particularly into how planning obligations would be sought. So this question relates to that policy. I should really stress that, because the infrastructure issues relating to the strategic housing allocations will obviously be considered when we get to matter 9, and also in terms of the other sites as we get further down the agendas on subsequent days. So to start with, I think it'd be helpful, there were a number of main modifications suggested by the council to the policy, particularly to criterion C, which is about ensuring consistency with national policy, and criterion D, I think there's a change there as well, in response to reps on affordable housing. And then there's also some changes to do with discussions with the EA, I think, about flood defence infrastructure. So could you just run us through those before we start around the table? Thank you.
Oh, it's sorry. Oh, okay, sorry, apologies. The first suggested modification is to include the statement where necessary to make development acceptable in planning terms, and that's at the beginning of part C. We've also included a need to fund additional infrastructural improvements to existing infrastructure, and then we've added that is directly and fairly related in scale and kind. So that makes it so that it is in accordance with para 57 in our view. With regard to Part D, we're, in light of comments that have been made, we are deleting reference to affordable housing, but including reference to flood defence infrastructure and emergency services. And in Part E, it's just a little modification just to delete a duplication of the word infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. So on that basis then, I'm happy to open discussion around the room if anybody has any questions or any points to make on question 40. Yep.
Thank you, Inspector. I think I'd start off by saying that the proposed modifications by the Council in the main mods and also the minor mods, the Hospital Trust are generally supportive of, and that addresses some of the concerns that we raised way back in the Reg 19 representations and also in the MIQ responses, so welcome those. However, I think the vast majority of our MIQ representation covered off points which are in the IDP and how that's associated with various aspects of plan making. And because there isn't a specific question on the IDP and essentially the IDP isn't being examined, it's the local plan. It's difficult to find a slot to where we can raise all these issues, but they are important issues and they do cut across quite a lot of different aspects of the plan, particularly when it comes to understanding the infrastructure required going forward on various allocations. And I understand that those will be discussed at future sessions. The MIQ that we sent in earlier in the year set out the issues that we have with the IDP quite specifically, effectively a line-by-line critique, and suggested how that can be changed. Since then, we haven't heard back from the Council to try and address those issues and agree a way forward. However, we do feel that this version of the IDP does need to be up to date for your examination now. It can't be, oh, we'll update it once the plan's adopted. It could be that there are changes through concerns that we have or other parties that do impact on viability and site delivery, which you'll need to know through for the examination of this plan. So I would urge the Council to meet with us, I guess, outside these hearings, because there's, I guess, not enough time to do that through this session, and go through those and update the IDP rather than leaving it till another point in time, whether that's next year or a year after that. There are quite substantial changes in there that we would suggest are needed. Not in the least, the infrastructure schedule that's related to the Hospital Trust is completely out of date in there. The correspondence that was received from the Council in the preparation of that document was reliant on information that was a number of years old, and the Trust was explicitly told you can't change this, which seems quite strange to me.
I'll ask the Council to respond on that, but so as I sort of mentioned at the beginning, so your points about the IDP aren't going to come up at subsequent sessions for the other sites that we were talking about.
We're not planning to turn up to the other sessions now and raise these points again.
Do you want to respond on the IDP and the, yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. So I suppose the key points on the IDP is it's prepared at a point in time. We've used the information available to us at a point in time, and they're obviously engaged widely on the IDP, including with the various health boards. So we understand what the health trusts are saying in terms of the requirements for sort of physical infrastructure. May well have moved on since the last time we updated it, but we'll obviously, it's a living document, and we'll be updating it again in the future. And obviously there's opportunities to engage, and we'd welcome further dialogue with the health trusts on the infrastructure which they feel is necessary to support growth. But what we've included in it reflected what we had at the time for when we submitted the plan, and obviously updated the IDP alongside that later last year.
Okay, well, given that you're not at subsequent sessions, if you want to make the points now within this session on what the overarching problems you've got with the IDP, then we can take those, obviously, that information ourselves into the subsequent sessions. Does that help?
Yeah, if I've got the opportunity now, we can raise it. I'll just bring up the relevant section in our.
That's with the proviso that we do obviously have your written submissions. So there's no need necessarily to repeat everything that's in there. You with me?
Completely understand that. I don't intend to go through a 57-page document now, line by line, and no one wants to hear this anyway. So it's just really just picking up that these do need to be considered now, rather than at a later point in time. I think that the representations that are made by other interested parties, principally supporting site promoters and house builders, that have made the comments, paraphrasing here, it would be nice to know what's happening and understand the level of contributions before we get to the plan application stage, rather than once we get to the plan application stage. And it does come back to viability and understanding how sites can work, and as well giving reassurance to all those involved in development across the plan area. I suppose the main, there's two parts to it really. The first section, which is from PDF page 5 of our MIQ response, that sets out the issues with the IDP, and there's various issues with points within that in terms of like who's responsible for doing what parts of the infrastructure and things like that, trying to understand how health infrastructure works. And then the second part to that is an actual schedule of the infrastructure that's required. The third comment, and this has been an ongoing issue for however long the plan's been consulted and been examination, is to understand the impact of population arising through new development. So we understand through the plan of the requirement and the supply that's going to meet that requirement. However, the point that the trust raises is that we need to understand what the population ramifications for that are. And despite this being a point raised to the council for a number of years, we've never had a positive response back from them. So without having that information, the information that the trust does their assessments on is based on an average sort of household density, rather than understanding what population might arise through the plan. Now, of course, this part of the world is an area where you get quite high levels of inward migration, particularly when you've got very large SUVs and the like. So it would be anticipated that there would be quite a high number of people moving into the area, rather than people that already live here or families, splitting up and things like that. So that's another reason why we need this information, to understand what the impacts might be on the services provided by the trust. And until we have, we are using the best information available at the time to give that understanding of what the impact on the infrastructure is. So through this examination, really, this is our only way of asking for that. Obviously, the council may say that they'll update this, but there's no recourse if they don't do it in line with what our expectations are. As well as you can see through the examination and the preparation of the plan, various points have gone left unanswered, and we feel that those need to be answered through the examination. Obviously, you can read the whole representation at your leisure, and hopefully the council have done as well.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to add on those points?
Yes, and obviously we're happy to continue to engage with the trust moving forward, but a lot of the questions around demographics and housing are obviously within the plan, so that information is readily available. We have a clear strategy for housing growth and a SHMA that sits behind that, which gives you the demographic breakdowns in terms of how future households will come forward. So this isn't a case of information that's been withheld at all. All of that information is in the public domain and accessible. I appreciate the trust points we have included within the IDP, a number of physical buildings related to the new sites coming forward. If there's a feeling there that there's further engagement needed on that, as I said, we can pick that up through the IDP and future rounds of work on that, as it would almost be a living document.
Okay, did you want to, was there anything else before we move around?
If the information's there, we haven't found it and we haven't been directed to where it is, but I will ask Mr. Bullock after the sessions if he can point me in the right direction.
Any work that you can do behind the scenes between yourselves is obviously helpful. Is that?
That's fine.
Yeah. HBF.
Yeah, thank you. Just to update you on our position, we were concerned that the infrastructure needs to be considered at the point of the planning application determination, and it sounds like the main modifications proposed by the council will address our point.
Yes, the council.
Yes, thank you, Mum. It was just an offer, really. We're more than happy to meet with the trusts, and Mr. Rudge, I know, has been looked at this issue in terms of a lot of detail around health sort of provision. So we'll have a separate meeting to continue that dialogue, and we can always report back from that if we make any progress.
Okay, so if we move to question 41, which concerns policy 64, implementation and monitoring. So again, I'm going to come to the council first off so that we're all talking about the same thing, because there is some proposed main modifications to that policy as well. I think some for regards duplicate wording, and there's another to delete criterion C, which I think has been the subject of some representations. Could you just run us through those?
Yes, thank you. The changes to Part A are, as you say, the deletion of the last sentence, which says that the community infrastructure levy will be used to address the cumulative impacts of infrastructure in an area. And Part C, the Reg 19 version has been suggested to be replaced by reference to compulsory purchase powers. And we're suggesting that it's the compulsory purchase powers will be used in appropriate circumstances, including to support the strategic sites to assemble land to help deliver positive economic, social and environmental change within the area. And then Part C has now become Part D. That doesn't make sense. So we're not deleting Part C, sorry. We're inserting Part C. And yeah, moves down to D.
Oh. To D or is deleted? Moves to D.
It moves to D. I apologise.
Okay, so new C about the CPO powers. That can you just what's the rationale for that then? That's a brand new criterion that.
Thank you, Mum. It's purely recognition that the council and other bodies have the ability to compulsory purchase land if necessary as a means to support delivery. And we felt putting some reference in the implementation section was appropriate in that regard.
Okay, so that's something that we'd have to look at in terms of, is that necessary for soundness for, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to open that discussion up then to the floor. HBF?
I think we're still concerned that the solution to non-housing delivery is not a new plan, because that doesn't build any houses, that just creates more paperwork for everybody. So I think we are still advocating a clear monitoring framework with actions, like you have with a housing delivery test. When you fail, you do an action and then you implement those actions. So we think the plan needs to be clearer about what efforts the council will do, what efforts developers can do, where there's opportunities for compromise, where sites that currently wouldn't be permitted might be permitted, the actions that will result from if monitoring shows a failure to deliver housing, rather than we'll do a new plan, because that doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, so could the council respond to that? So that's about the criterion C, and how in practice that would work. Now D, I think, but it's that one.
Well, the part D, the new part D that was the part C, is suggesting that's what will take place. So I think we've covered it in the policy.
I think it's more about the point from the HBF. How are you going to determine when the plan is significantly failing to meet its objectives, or if the policy context requires a review? So how does that kick in? And does it need to kick in would be the other question, given that you need to do a 5-year review anyway, and you've got a new plan on its way.
Madam, as you point out, I mean, we've got to turn to an immediate review once the ink's dry on this plan, hopefully. So I'm not really sure that paragraph C, or whether it's D, I'm not quite sure now, is actually serving any useful purpose, because, as you quite rightly point out, we're meant to do them every 5 years. But within that, we've now got to do one immediately once the plan is adopted. So review is becoming a little bit irrelevant in terms of monitoring, because we've got to do something different in relation to a much higher land requirement figure immediately.
I was just going to also add, we do have our annual monitoring reports where we've got monitoring indicators, and that's what that policy is pointing to in terms of that would then trigger a review if necessary.
That's still not my point. My point is, what if monitoring next year shows you're not delivering housing? Even if you've started work on your local plan review, there are things you can do next year, the year after, and the year after, while you're preparing your plan review to address the failure to deliver housing, such as, you've mentioned CPO, that wouldn't take the time, but permitting schemes, green belt releases, grey belt releases, all the other mechanisms. So we're concerned that lots of plans we see just say, if there's a problem, we'll do a review, and that doesn't actually address any of the things that you can do in the intervening period. And what we don't necessarily want is lots of planning by appeal. So actually there are actions that people can do. There will be planning by appeal, and communities don't like it. It's not a plan-led system, so we support the plan-led system. So if it's clear what the council can do and what actions it might take to prioritise enabling flexibility, changing the affordable housing mix, changing the tenure mix, putting their own money into a scheme, working with affordable housing, clearing house if the problem is affordable housing delivery. There are things that can be done that have nothing to do with plan making that need to be set out in the plan, and there needs to be a robust monitoring framework to assess what significant underperformance means. What does it mean? Is it 1 house less than you should? Is it 500 houses less than you should? It's quite a vague thing. So the lack of monitoring framework in the plan is something I'm not used to seeing. I'm used to seeing a robust monitoring framework with clear milestones and timelines. And then the action is the council or developers or communities will do something.
Would you like to respond on those points?
Well, yes, I think we've made the points around us needing to go into an immediate review anyway to deal with the higher housing numbers. But the point would be is if we didn't have sufficient land coming forward and we didn't have a 5-year housing land supply, the DM process would kick in that point anyway. So you'd have the presumption in favour of the developments would apply. So I'm not sure what else we can sort of do within this policy context to address that, because the need to move forward and review the plan is abundantly clear, and that, we're working through these transitional arrangements to get a plan in place and then go on to a review. So, but if we didn't have a 5-year housing land supply, there's obviously measures there in the MPPF to deal with that situation.
I heard both sides of that. I think that's one we'll take away. So question 42 regards policy 15, which is about the effective use of land. And in particular, the density requirements set out at criterion E. So my understanding is this seeks to carry over the density requirements from the existing plan largely. I've seen the explanation for that in the council's statement. Again, there's another proposed to remove the reference to broad indications, amongst other things. Perhaps, again, so that we're all talking about the same thing, could somebody just explain what changes the council seeks to make to that particular policy?
Yes, so we are proposing to move criterion E, let me just check the reference. Criterion E Roman numeral 4 out to its own criterion, referring to the new settlements and strategic allocations, and also is that better? Yeah. So we are proposing moving criterion E Roman numeral 4 out to its own policy criterion. So that's relating to the new settlements and urban extensions. And we are also proposing moving criterion E Roman numeral 5 out to its own criterion regarding density. We're also proposing, we agree with the representations that said regarding brownfield lands, so we proposed a modification to include a new policy criterion, replacing the 20% indicator. And then in response to Natural England's Regulation 19 representation and their statement of common ground, we are proposing a new criterion regarding the management of soils at criterion I.
Okay, thank you. We've moved on. That's the full explanation that's moved into some of the other questions, but that's fine. That's helpful. So we can take them all at once on this particular policy, or we can go through the questions. But does anybody have anything on policy 15? Yeah, CPRE. Yeah, yours is up.
Three points. For new settlements and urban extensions, it provides that densities will be determined through master planning and development management without saying how that will be done. I would suggest that there needs to be an overall criterion that developers must demonstrate that they're making the best use of land. And that would go, there's wording on that in, I think, criterion A. This matter was raised in our matter 5 submission at paragraphs 3.29 to 30. So it wasn't in, I'm afraid it wasn't in the submission for this session. The second point is needing to preserve the setting of the open countryside by not creating you come to the end of the countryside and you suddenly get in an enormous brick wall, so that the development adjoining the countryside should respect it. The third point is that, and I'm not, there's a list of protected sites. I'm suggesting that valued landscapes should be added to that. I'm afraid I've lost track of which bit of the policy that referred to. Yes, I think I'm referring to E5. National landscape might say you might add in national landscapes and other valued landscapes at that point to cover my point.
Okay, would the council like to respond on those points?
Thank you. I'll start with the details on the strategic sites. And I think the approach on strategic sites has been to deal with them on a site-specific level. So obviously at a scheme like Worcestershire Parkway, we're proposing significant green infrastructure there. 40% developable area, 40% of the site area, I should say, would be green infrastructure. So it's not as easy as just applying a general density assumption to the strategic sites. So we're having to be more specific through that and develop those densities in the SPD that we'll be preparing later this year. So that's why we haven't put a firm density policy in there for Parkway and the other strat sites, because we need that sort of flexibility as you look at it on a site-specific basis.
I think what I'm suggesting is possibly an amendment to criterion A, that developers should be required to demonstrate that they have made the best use of land, which would probably cover this before you get down to the detail of criterion E.
So what's the proposal then for criterion A, section 3? Something different there?
Sorry, I don't mean criterion A. Oh, I've lost my place. So what page of the PDF are we on for this? That's right. Sorry, yes, so policy 15. Yes, I've got it. No, it's item B of 15B. Housing development in South Worcestershire make the most effective and efficient use of land. I'm suggesting that developers should be required to demonstrate that.
The plan is to be read as a whole, and we do have policy SWDPR 30 regarding landscape character and SWDPR 26, which relates to the scale of built form as well. So it's something we could consider, but equally we feel it's covered in other policies as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll take both of those points away. Anybody else with anything on the whole of policy 15? No. So I'll move to the questions that relate to policy 16, which is about housing mix and standards. Question 45 is, what is the justification for the application of the nationally described space standard? So I've seen the authority's statement, and there's an appendix to that, which is intended to provide additional justification for that policy. And I've also noted the view that without that policy requirement, dwellings are going to continue to be built that are substandard in terms of the sizes expected. I think the most useful thing is to open up the discussion around the room on that, if anybody has any comment. HBF.
Just an update really on our representations. We don't believe NDSSs should be mandatory, but we do recognise that most of our members are fulfilling them on a voluntary basis anyway. So it's only where there's sort of specific reasons or specific kinds of like regeneration of an existing building or things where it may not be appropriate to apply them. So we don't think it should be a policy requirement in local plans because it should be a national policy as a principle, but we do recognise that our members are voluntarily normally providing them anyway.
So question 4.
Thank you. I'll just come back on that. It isn't a national policy that we can apply without it going through the local plan process. So we feel that in light of the evidence that we've provided in our answer to the MIQ question and the appendix we provided, that it shows that developers aren't meeting the national described space standards, and therefore there is a need for the policy, and that's why we're including it.
So question 47, I'm skipping past question 46 because as far as I can see that's set out in the authority's statement unless anybody else has a question. Question 47 is the justification for the application of the optional requirements for the M4 to accessible and adaptable dwellings and the wheelchair user dwellings. I think there's a suggestion in reps as to why that can't be left to the building regulations, if the council could respond on that.
Yes, the SHMA identifies that there's a need for dwellings to accommodate wheelchair users, and the building regulations at the moment don't go sufficiently far without a policy in the plan saying that there should be those types of dwellings provided on housing sites. So the council is suggesting that that should take place, and we're saying that 5% of houses on sites of 20 dwellings or more should be wheelchair, let me get this right, wheelchair accessible dwellings, which is the M4, what is it? Sorry, apologies. I have to read it out. Yes, sorry, M42B.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm looking at you because it was your rep, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a need to be clear about M43A and M43B, one of which is accessible dwellings and one is which is adaptable dwellings. And I think, again, our point is, it comes back to this deliverability, flexibility. There are things the council could do if there was a problem with the scheme coming forward, like relaxing those standards, that would make a scheme deliverable, even though it wouldn't comply with the policy. So at what point are you pushing the policy so far you make housing undeliverable, and is there flexibility within it? And again, we don't think there is any need for planning policies in general to go into anything that is already adequately, robustly covered in building regulations, the future home standard, things moving forward. There's just no need for local plans. And there's been kind of mission creep nationally with local plans getting involved in stuff that's better addressed through building regulations, particularly as building regulations are being changed and updated and the future home standard is coming in. So we have a problem with the principle of the thing, but even if we accepted the principle could be in a local plan, there still needs to be flexibility because there will be occasions where it's not appropriate, it's not suitable, and it's not the best way forward, and or where viability becomes challenging, because the council can ask for wheelchair adapted dwellings where they have nomination rights, and it may be that that's the best thing to do on that particular site, but the cost of providing that dwelling to that standard is 10 times more M43B than M43A. Therefore, that will clearly have a viability impact. So it's really keeping the conversation open to ensure that the council can say, we need this for this particular person that's in housing need. The opportunity to meet that need is on this site. It's a centrally located site. It's got good access. This is appropriate. But that has consequences for other policy requirements. You've got to look at viability in the round, and you've got to see you can't have your cake and eat it. The viability only stretches so far, and at some stage you'll have to make a choice. Do you want a bungalow for a wheelchair person that's on your housing list, or do you want all the other M42 standards? You can't have everything because at some point viability breaks.
I think there's also the issue that M432B housing should only be provided where local authorities have the nomination rights, and I don't think that's reflected in the policy.
Yeah, and I think that links back to the point I made earlier about how are Tewkesbury doing it, because can the council require it on housing to meet the Tewkesbury's need if Tewkesbury would then have nomination rights? So it all links together into how it works in practice. And that's again where I think a monitoring framework and an implementation framework would be helpful in setting out those things so developers know what's expected of them and where there's room for flexibility, and equally where there isn't. If something is a line in the sand and the council will never agree to it, it's helpful for our members to know that, because then they can try other things to make a scheme work and not the thing the council really doesn't want to happen.
There's also an effectiveness point as well, because wherever local authorities have nomination rights, people that need adapted housing can get provision to adapted housing, whereas if it's just in a general market housing, someone could buy that house type because it has more space, more circulation space, etc. So it wouldn't necessarily address the issue. So that's something we'd like you to take away and look at. There is a requirement, I think, that I can't remember where it is now, it might be in the PPG, but sets out that the M432B housing should only be sought where the local authorities have nomination rights. And it gets generally provided by affordable housing, I think.
Yes, in regard to that, affordable housing side of the site would probably need to be the M432B. So it would be incorporated within there. And I suppose in a way that makes sense because sometimes it's those households that need that type of accommodation because they can't afford necessarily market housing. So that would make sense. We have taken, and with regard to the other points that were made, the viability did take into account the National Described Space Standards, and it has. It's clear that we do need to. We've got an ageing population, and therefore we do need to make sure that dwellings are appropriate for the ageing population, and that we're providing for people adequate accessibility and to cater for disability. And with regard to the costs being 10 times, I mean, I have no figures on that, but I would query that figure. I would say it's perhaps overestimated.
I'd just add again that there's a spatial dimension to this. There's no point building lovely accessible housing on the top of a hill that you can't get a wheelchair up or an electric buggy. So it's just, you have to look at things in the round, and I'd encourage the council to come and talk to us kind of policies into this. So if there is a problem, if there is a viability issue, if there is a tension, whatever the end policies end up being, it's that we're willing to negotiate, we're willing to be flexible, we want to find a way to bring housing forward, we want to meet these identified needs, and kind of having that conversation open and that there is the opportunity for flexibility where it's necessary and justified, because we question the viability appraisal, we question whether the assumptions are accurate, and the solution to that is to enable site-specific viability if there's a particular issue, and we'd encourage the council to make that clear, because then that makes the plan more effective and more justified, whereas at the moment we have concern that it's not effective and justified because there isn't that option to have a conversation about finding a way forward if the ask in the round is too great for the scheme to bear.
Would you like to say anything more?
Just the final point is this was obviously looked at, this issue, by Aspinall Verde in our viability appraisal, so they considered this when looking at the viability of schemes across the 3 councils as a whole.
Your nameplate is up. Is that legacy from last time? Sorry, CPRE. Mr. King, your nameplate is up. Did you want to speak on this one? No.
I had got something I wanted to say on question 44, which I'm not sure we've dealt with.
Would you like us to go back to 44?
Yes. The policy lumps all best and most versatile agricultural land together. Now, we have seen with a solar farm application in Wychavon recently that, which is largely or entirely on 3A and 3 and 2 grades, being used for a wind farm in that case. The highest grade land needs to be the most protected. 3A may sometimes need to be sacrificed to other uses than agriculture. Grade 1 probably should never be, except in the most exceptional circumstances.
Do you want to provide a comment on that?
We're satisfied ourselves that we've set out a clear policy on best and most versatile agricultural land. Certainly the differentiation between the categorisations is almost reflected in committee reports then and where applications have come forward.
Thank you. So question 48, we're still in policy 16, is about the justification for self or custom build. Particularly on this one, I think the questions are surrounding the threshold of 20. If the council could just explain where that's come from and why that's appropriate. And then the justification for the 18-month release period. Appreciating that now that has gone from the supporting text into the policy, but where did the 18 months come from? So it's those 2 points.
Thank you. With regard to the requirement of justification for the 20 units, that was the policy is seeking 5%, and obviously that's the minimum size that you would be able to accommodate a self-build plot on. And it was felt that because we're a rural area and there are allocations in villages, it would be appropriate to include self-build opportunities in those locations rather than just being located on large sites, which tend to be more associated with towns. We felt that it would give a better flexibility for both those interested in self-build and it would spread the geographical location of self-build plots. And we have
from the self-build register, it shows that people are interested or quite often interested in rural areas rather than towns. So we feel that that accommodates that. With regard to the 18 months, we felt that it was necessary to include a figure of 18 months because the sale of custom and self-build plots is quite specialised and it can be a lengthy process. We have had some experience recently of applications that have come in and they've taken some time for the marketing to take place. We're suggesting that we agree that marketing. It's a learning process for us because custom and self-build are relatively new type of tenure. But the 18 months is felt, if it was any less, we feel that we would not be able to deliver the amount of custom and self-build plots that we're required to do so. And the need obviously increases in line with people joining the self-build register. So we feel that there is justification for the 18 months for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. HBF?
I think we have great sympathy with the council on the self-build issue because the government wants to promote self-build, it wants to diversify how housing is delivered, and yet the evidence of a self-build register is I could sign up with every single council across the country, and then every single council across the country has to plan for me to have a self-build plot. So that is the position they're in. So we'd question the evidence behind it and whether people actually want self-build plots on development sites. People tend to envisage a grand design. They tend to not have done the financial regulations. You don't have to submit any financial ability. You don't have to show you can get a mortgage. You don't have to show you've got a job. You just say, I'd like a house, please. Can I sign up on the self-build register? There's no cost to the participant. So the evidence base is at best unreliable and at worst, lots worse than that. But obviously we do have members that are promoting self-build schemes. We think the way to do that is maybe through allocations or specific locations where that might be attractive to the market. So everybody's self-building together. The idea that you might have one house amongst 9 other houses where there's health and safety issues, there's construction issues, there's management issues, and then that plot's empty for 18 months. The developer's gone and left the site, and then suddenly they can't sell it and have to come back and complete the site and turn it into an open market house. It's not appropriate or deliverable or realistic or implementable. So we'd suggest 6 months as a maximum for marketing, and then it should become an open market house if it's not available. And again, challenging this what can people afford and what they actually want, and whether the evidence of trying to support self-build, again, it has to be spatial. There's got to be a spatial element. Do people want to live and build a self-build plot in the middle of a housing development with all the health and safety machinery and everything? That isn't normally what people imagine when they sign up for self-build. They imagine a kind of grand design scheme, whether they can afford it or not. So we understand the tension that the council has in being asked to meet the self-build register when maybe that isn't what the market demands. So we have sympathy, but the plan has to be deliverable, and an 18-month fallback plan is not deliverable.
Okay, would you like to respond?
Yes, it's national policy. I note the comments that that you've made, but it is national policy, and we have to include policies within the plan to meet our requirements with regard to the types of housing that are required by the MPPF. And we feel that this is an appropriate way of achieving that. The 18 months, in our view, is 6 months would just be too low. In our experience of applications we've dealt with, it's taken much longer than that for plots to be agreed and sold. People, as was rightly pointed out, have to sort out finances. And as we know, dealing with mortgage companies, that kind of thing, it's not something that can be done overnight. And therefore, the 18 months, we feel, is a realistic time period.
Thank you.
Just a brief point. You refer to 18 months and Annex B in your main modification. Annex B refers to 12 months for other types of development requiring marketing. I just posed a question of consistency there. I'll leave it to Ms. Worthington to work out whether she agrees with what the council are proposing, but the main modification as worded would appear to be in conflict between different parts of the plan. Unless, of course, I missed a change to Annex B, because I haven't looked at all the main modifications yet.
I've made an error with regard to that. It should be 18 months for the custom build. Apologies.
It's just then it's the wording in the main modification where it says it should be set out in Annex B. Annex B refers to 12 months for other forms of marketing, so there's an inconsistency in the time period. So there would need to be alteration to wording somewhere, either Annex B or in the main modification, or both.
Sorry, Mr. RPS.
Thank you, Mark. I'd just like to question 5% itself. If you go to the PPG and what PPG recommends in terms of robust assessment using secondary sources, etc., I can't find that anywhere in the evidence base. There's progress reports, which is about delivery of self and custom build, and that's very welcome to what's happening, but not use secondary sources to actually underpin that point. Particularly, you know well, often people register in multiple local authority areas. So I think there's a concern from my point about the evidential justification of 5%.
Can you respond on the 5%?
Yeah, the 5% is considered to be an appropriate figure for housing sites. There is provision in the policy that if that level is not required, then obviously the figure can be reduced. The self-build registers in South Worcestershire Council areas are divided into parts 1 and 2. So we can tell from those, although for plan making, obviously we have to take into account both parts 1 and 2 for decision making. We can take into account the number that have got a local connection, and that's what part 1 reflects in the self-build register. So we have those figures available. But yes, people can join as many self-build registers as they wish to. We acknowledge that. That's why we felt it appropriate to divide the self-build register as allowed by the PPG.
Just to come back on the monitoring framework, we think it's really important if this policy is adopted as is that you monitor it to see whether the self-build register is a reliable source of income, evidence for it, whether market and affordable self-build is actually a thing. Can you actually deliver affordable self-build? How would you get the mortgage for it if you needed affordable self-build in light of the crisis that's already happening? So I think if it was to be pursued, we absolutely need regular monitoring. And again, that's where the council may decide after a year or 2 or 3 that the policy is not working and it would need to be changed. And that shouldn't need a whole local plan review. That should be able to then flexibly relax that for viability or deliverability reasons, because the last thing we want is big sites with sites allocated for self-build plots staying empty for 18 months, 3 years while you go through the planning application to get a deed of variation, and years of it being empty. That's not good for anybody, and the housing is not being delivered. So again, it emphasises the need for a robust monitoring framework and what will happen if monitoring shows there's a problem, which is the bit that's missing from this plan and why we're concerned about its implementability, because it may look good on paper, but if in practice it's not what in the best scheme of things happens, you need to take action quickly, not through a new local plan review, which will take a lot of time, and then subsequent planning applications, which also take a lot of time, and then appeals if necessary, which take even longer.
Respond on the monitoring point.
It was just to assure you that we do monitor this every year. So in terms of the register and the take-up plots, so there is regular monitoring on this point. And obviously, if that's we need to take that into account in terms of future reviews of the plan, we could have more evidence there. But the evidence we have at the moment points towards there being a clear need, and that's why we've included this policy within the plan.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to policy 17, which is about the subdivision, multiple occupation and changes of use of dwellings, question 49. So I've seen the council statement, and there's a proposed main modification that seeks to address some of the points about what is an existing over-concentration of such uses and what is the significant loss of a large family housing. I think there's some reference to the markers, I'll call them, that were used in the Worcester, or are used in the Worcester City Council HMO SPD on that. Can you just talk us through what those changes look like?
Yes, so we are proposing to add on to A, Roman numeral 1, that the proportion of subdivided or HMO dwellings should not exceed 10% of all residential properties within 100 metres radius of the application site. And then to change criterion Roman numeral 2 to the granting of planning permission will not result in the creation of more than 2 adjacent properties in HMO use, with a further modification to criterion A, Roman numeral 4. At the very end, we would like to add, which may lead to higher than expected noise disturbance, adequate provision should be made for soundproofing between individual units of accommodation or lettable rooms, which provides reasonable resistance to airborne sound and vibration. Oh, with the deletion of the property must be detached.
Okay, so presumably you've found that those thresholds work in the SPD. Is that why they're being used?
That's correct, yes.
Anyone with comments on question 49? So we're moving on to policy 18, which is about meeting affordable housing needs. There are a few questions on this one. Question 50 is about the thresholds for the provision of affordable housing set out in policy 18. Are they justified and would they be effective? Seen the council's statement and those of the others, but I think if I just open this one up round the table for any comments, the merits or otherwise of the 40% threshold in particular. CPRE?
We favour high proportion of affordable housing. In my view, that we talk about a housing crisis. It's a crisis of rented housing, of which affordable is one species. In other districts in this area, I've seen people with councils with targets of 35 and 40%, which are higher than proposed in this plan. And I am suggesting that these should be as high as possible. Secondly, the thresholds for affordable housing should be such that a site will generate one house at a minimum, so that if it's a 20% target, the threshold should be 5. If it is a 33% threshold, the threshold would be 3. And otherwise, you get a situation where a site is promoted. If it's a 10% threshold, developers will bring forward sites as a site for 9 houses when it could actually have accommodated 11, which is wasteful use of land, because with 9 houses, they have to provide none affordable. With 11, they have to provide 2 or 3 or even 4? 3 possibly.
Okay, would the council like to comment?
Thank you. Yes, a lot of South Worcestershire area is actually a designated rural area, which means that in accordance with the MPPF, we can apply lower thresholds for triggering the need for affordable housing. And that's why in the policy, we're suggesting similar thresholds that were in the previous policy with regard to having on-site provision for sites of over 5 or more dwellings for sites that are within the designated rural area. The MPPF doesn't allow us to have a lower threshold for sites that aren't in a designated rural area or in the AONP, and therefore we go obviously with the threshold of 10 for triggering affordable housing on those sites. But there are very few rural parishes within South Worcestershire that don't fall within either of those categories.
NPPF is a framework, not directive.
Tetlow King?
Thank you. My client is a registered provider, Bromford, and Bromford is committed to delivering large-scale affordable housing schemes, sometimes of 100% affordable housing, and it would give greater certainty to our client if this policy, and to other RPs and developers, if the policy could be amended to actually support the provision of 100% affordable housing schemes. It takes away the concern that when an application is submitted, that there is feedback that about balanced communities, etc. Of course, that all comes into the mix in considering an application, but it gives that certainty from the outset. Thank you.
How could the policy respond to that?
Thank you. The policy doesn't preclude 100% affordable housing schemes coming forward, and we have had instances across South Worcestershire where such schemes have come forward and been delivered. The MPPF 2024 includes a new paragraph 71 which seeks mixed tenures, but it does state, although this should not preclude schemes that are mainly or entirely for social rent or other affordable housing tenures from being supported. So there is support for that position in the MPPF. The purpose of the policy and the plan is to obviously ensure that as many sites as possible contribute towards providing for affordable housing. And I think that that's what the policy achieves as it does. As I say, it doesn't preclude 100% affordable housing schemes coming forward. I suppose the policy could refer to that if it was felt helpful.
And obviously I'm mindful that the policy needs to do something, so just offering support isn't always a useful tool for development management. Just a policy that just offers support for something which is what was suggested, isn't always a useful tool for development management colleagues who would ask, well, how are we doing that?
Yes, but I think the point that Tetlow King are raising is that if somebody was to put in an application for 100% affordable housing, that they would just like support for that reflected in a policy. That's the point as I understand it. So this would literally just to be that if an application came in, there would be a signal to development management that this is something that is to be supportive and therefore completely consistent with the development plan. I think that that is our understanding, it is the point that you're making.
Yeah, that's it. It would give greater support for RPs, including my client, to bid on sites, to acquire sites with the knowledge that the council and the policy would support 100% affordable housing schemes on a case-by-case basis, of course.
I can't see any reason why any authority or indeed anybody would want to not encourage that sort of application, given the need for affordable housing in the area. So I would have thought personally that that is something that we could put into the policy. Obviously taking your point, but it would give a very clear signal, it seems to me, which is what you're asking for. Yeah.
HBF.
As you'll know from our reps, I provided a line-by-line critique of this policy and a line-by-line critique of the viability assessment, and all of those comments still stand. I won't waste anybody's time by going through them. But what I would like to say is about perception of deals being done behind closed doors, particularly for communities, where the policy is 40%, a developer agrees a lower number, and it's perceived as some kind of smoke and mirrors room, which I've mentioned before. So I think there needs to be recognition that the methodology for whole plan viability assumes a typology approach, and therefore by definition some sites will be more viable and some sites will be less viable. So our real concern is most policies that allow site-specific viability do not start with exceptionally and do not start with only on brownfield land, because the danger then is if a greenfield site legitimately and appropriately argues viability and a different set of provisions, for example, because they're providing 20 bungalows at M4C standards, there's this perception that something is wrong and something is improper. And so it's really important that where viability discussions are allowed, it's clear and they're transparent, and everybody knows, including the communities and the developers, that that's an appropriate way to proceed. So I think it's just being clear that site-specific viability discussions are allowed in all cases in accordance with national planning policy guidance where there's clear and robust evidence, and that clear and robust evidence should rightly be made publicly available for scrutiny. That's not what it currently says.
I think the policy already allows for that flexibility. It says it does start exceptionally. Obviously, our intention is to try and deliver the affordable housing percentage on as many of these schemes as possible, and the viability appraisal from Aspinall Verde says that is achievable. So this would be by the exception rather than the rule. It does refer to brownfield sites, obviously with the challenge sometimes of brownfield regeneration, but equally it doesn't rule out where they could be delivered, where a low percentage could be acceptable elsewhere if there was evidence to support that. So I think it's very much achieving that.
Yeah, Mr. Banner.
Thank you very much indeed. We take no issue with the thresholds themselves, but like the HBF, we don't consider that they would be effective or indeed justified without some relaxation of the rigidity of the affordable housing requirements they impose. And there's some degree of overlap, as you'll have picked up, between our answers in this respect, between question 50, 51 and 53. So if I may, I'll make one go and then won't repeat myself. In particular, our concern is the strict 40% for major greenfield development, with highly restricted, if any, opportunity for viability-based reduction. We agree with the HBF, site-specific viability should be allowed. We don't accept that Lim G provides a sufficiently clear and unrestricted opportunity to raise viability. The use of language there, exceptionally, only usually, etc., is open to argument. And the critical point is that ambiguity may well result in delay. And I make four broad points now. It may be that when we come next week to matter 9, there may be some Worcestershire Parkway specific points. But firstly, a rigid approach to the affordable housing requirement increases the risk of unforeseen delay to housing delivery, the law of unintended consequences. And that risk of unforeseen delay would be counterproductive to the aims of the policy, which is to deliver housing, including affordable housing, and quickly. There are lessons to be learned from the South Worcester and West Worcester SUEs in that respect. We've set that out in our Matter 9, question 97 response. Secondly, by contrast to that rigidity, a flexible approach provides resilience, which is particularly important in two respects. Firstly, for multi-phase developments proceeding over a long period where it's hard to straitjacket or be prescriptive. But secondly, to reinforce the likelihood of the components of Worcestershire Parkway coming out of the blocks in a timely manner in the first 5 years. And I appreciate we may go into some depth in that next week. We don't accept what Mr. Tate said this morning, by the way. He failed to have regard to the multiplicity of applications and multiplicity of starts, which we set out in the 5-year supply statement of common ground. You have that paragraph 3.6 and following of exam 76. The third point is the requirement for Worcestershire Parkway to fund significant infrastructure provides, should you feel it necessary, a coherent basis for distinguishing that site from a more rigid approach to affordable housing and viability for greenfield sites generally. So if you felt there wasn't a case for relaxation generally, it doesn't follow that there isn't a case for this particular site. And again, that might be something that can be gone into next week. And fourthly and finally, of course, it doesn't involve any loopholes because viability justification still needs to be made out on the evidence. You have to come up with proof. So there's no ultimate downside. So those are the main points that said. We may delve into those a bit more next week. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, I mean, the MPBF is clear that general viability should be dealt with at the plan-making stage. We are very clear in this policy that it's only by exception, but there is flexibility there. Usually on brownfield sites, that does not rule out exceptions being made elsewhere. But obviously, we, as the three councils, want to deliver as much affordable housing as possible because we need to be delivering more affordable housing. We don't believe there's the circumstances exist for a specific carve-out for Worcestershire Parkway. The evidence base, again, Aspinall earlier prepared, doesn't support that. It does assume a level of public funding to support the development, but if that public funding comes forward, it shows that it is viable at 40%. So there's no justification at this stage to be putting specific policy carve-outs for the strategic sites, as has been suggested.
Okay, well, on the Worcestershire Parkway stuff, as has been mentioned, we'll definitely be reconsidering all of that again next week. So I think, yeah, thank you, that's helpful. Sorry, I can't see your nameplate at all, whoever's next. Yeah, with the other, yeah.
I was going to say I wasn't going to let you butt in. Sorry, I have to come out with thoughts the minute they land in my head or they float away. SWDPR 18 is drafted at the moment, I think, very much sanctions small developers sticking with 5 dwellings because the gross internal area thresholds don't apply to those types of sites in designated rural areas. I've looked through the legislation and they're not hamstrung in the same way that a 10 or more dwelling scheme would be. And as a result, it actually does incentivize developers to stick with the much smaller schemes, the much larger dwellings, where you then end up with schemes that really don't meet minimum density requirements. And I happen to know of schemes, particularly those that have gone through PIPs, where they haven't met the density requirements. The Wychavon Council are a classic example of consenting some of these schemes, and they are well below the affordable housing thresholds, or they're getting away with off-site contributions, and yet delivering much greater floor areas than one would see in, say, a 10-unit scheme. So I think this needs to be thought about, and unfortunately and very unhelpfully, I can't necessarily come up with a rewording at this point, but I would like the council to think about it. Thank you. Okay. One more point. I think I've actually raised this in submissions, but where it says and adjacent land under criteria A, and adjacent land if it could reasonably form part of a larger site. What does that mean? I think that really made me scratch my head because it wasn't entirely. I think I know what the thrust is, where the council are getting at with it, but I don't think it works as a policy wording.
Okay, would you like to respond? I mean, you can start with the criterion A wording if that's easier. It's the part in brackets about and adjacent land, and what does that mean in practice?
With regard to the adjacent land, we have a very similar policy in the adopted plan, and despite what's been said, that has come into play several times, and we have sought affordable housing on schemes where sites have come forward at different times, and we felt that the sites could have come forward as one. So we have already applied that. It's just a matter of us trying to make sure that we pick those up. And I accept that the suggestion that perhaps some developers might reduce the number of dwellings on a site to be below the threshold. The threshold is also 0.5 hectare, so that would pick some sites up. But the threshold, as well as the thresholds, we have other policies in the plan that encourage the efficient use of land. So if we feel that a site is being developed with a fewer number of dwellings than we think is appropriate and is not making an efficient use of land, then obviously that's taken into account when we're making a decision on a planning application.
Thank you. Town Legal.
Thank you very much. 3 points before I turn to Mr. Frodsham so you can hear from Homes England on this important topic. First is overarching as to, just to make it completely clear, overarching point as to the fundamental importance to both Homes England and Summits of delivery of the stated percentage of affordable housing. That's the first point, completely behind that. Secondly, the policy itself is an interesting one, both in terms of where it sits in making the plan work and also in respect of the examination, because it's rather at a point, a turning point, which enables other things to happen. And it's really rather crucial, we would say. It's rather crucial in being key to actually providing for those things which were being discussed in matters 4 and 5, getting the delivery underway. Because the flexibility or otherwise in respect of particularly the timing of the delivery of affordable housing is absolutely key to the spatial strategy being capable of being delivered. So timing is important. And that brings me to the third point, which is the question which is asked in question 53 as to ambiguity, having regard to the way in which Mr. MacLeod puts it, with which we completely agree, the way in which that policy is intended to operate beyond just brownfield sites. And what we would respectfully suggest is that if that is so, then it would be convenient if the policy was very clear about that, for many of the reasons which were put by Mr. Banner just now. Having made those 3 points, I just want to introduce Mr. Frodsham just to say something about the way in which Homes England regards the overarching position in respect to affordable housing, so that that's not misunderstood.
Good afternoon, inspectors. So, yeah, just to introduce myself again, I'm Ben Frodsham, I'm Head of Planning and Enabling at Homes England. And really, just to reinforce some of the points that have been made, Homes England's role is to deliver new homes and, in particular as well, boost affordable housing delivery. We, as set out in the hearing statements and the statements from the ground before you, the commitment is there to try and get to the target of 40% affordable housing on this site. So appreciate and support the council's aspiration for that. But that commitment to get to the target 40% affordable has got to be subject to it being a viable scheme as well. So even though Homes England are fully behind the 40%, we, like the rest of the people around this table, need schemes to be viable. We'll go into the viability point on next Wednesday. That's obviously a key question on there. I can report back the latest on Homes England's role in terms of the funding and the financial ask to support the scheme. But I think in terms of the particular questions that are before us today, and question 53 in particular, sort of reinforce the messages that you've heard from Mr. Kimblin, Casey, and Charles Banner, Casey as well, in terms of the wording of Part G. It needs to be clear, it needs to be sort of unambiguous, sorry. And if it's sites that are subject to viability, it can say that actually it's subject to viability and not exceptionally and only on brownfield sites.
Thank you. Yeah, would you like to respond on particularly the point G point that keeps coming up?
Absolutely, and as I've said, the intention of the policy is to operate beyond brownfield sites. If it helps sort of move matters forward, we would happily suggest a modification which took out the first 6 words of that policy. So you started where it has been demonstrated, and probably say something by the applicant, but where it has been demonstrated by the applicant, and the rest of the policy would stay the same. And that would be consistent with very similar wording in the MPPF.
I thought yours was up, it's gone back down, is that right?
That was what we wanted. And that's the policy wording agreed between the combined landowners in exam 72, part 3, which set out that revised wording. So appreciate that indication from the council.
Yeah, CPRE.
A very brief final point. Research done by CPRE at a national level showed that there was a particular dearth of building affordable housing in rural areas, a disproportionately low figure.
I don't know if you want to say anything on that point.
So the rural exception site policy would deal with that.
Which, we'll be moving on to. Okay, I think we've skipped around, but I'll persist with the questions just to make sure we haven't missed anything. So moving to question 51. Is policy 18 clearly written and unambiguous, and it's evident how a decision maker would react to development proposals by requiring compliance with those the stated housing position statements, which are not part of the development plan? So the council's suggesting a main modification on this one. Would you want to just explain what that is?
Thank you. Yeah, the main modification is to just that the policy refers to have regard to, rather than be in accordance with those position statements and management plans. So that's what we're suggesting is would overcome, because we feel that it goes beyond what we can do with regard to the policy referring to other documents and policies.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you. So in relation to the proposed modification from the national landscape perspective, we think the existing wording is fine in terms of requiring compliance. And there are examples of that type of wording being used in other local plans within the Cotswolds National Landscape So the Gloucester, Cheltenham, Tewkesbury Joint Course Strategy, for example, their national landscape policy, that requires proposals to comply with policies in the management plan. So there are examples where that wording is used in plans that have gone through that rigorous local plan process. Also, as you'll be aware, there's a statutory duty on relevant authorities, including the local authorities and the planning inspectorate, to seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of national landscapes. And there's now several sources of guidance on that duty. One of those was published in November last year by the National Landscapes Association. And their guidance says that in the context of management plans, fulfilling that duty should, as a minimum, involve supporting management plan objectives and policies. Natural England also provided some advice on the further duty in relation to the Lower Thames Crossing, nationally significant infrastructure project. And in that, they said that proposals should align with and help to deliver management plans. So from that guidance, there's a clear thrust that part of fulfilling the statutory duty to seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing natural beauty, there's a clear steer towards aligning policies and objectives with those that are set out in the management plan. That's the main point I want to make on the proposed change. Thank you. And in terms of being written, clearly written and unambiguous, we think that is the case, because we think the main guidance document, if you like, that's produced by the National Landscapes is the respective management plans, and we consider that policies in the management plans do clearly set out the expectations in relation to affordable housing generally and affordable housing specifically. So I think by making reference to policies in the management plans, it is clear what those expectations are. Thank you. No.
Thank you. The concern that we have is that the documents that are referred to aren't being examined at the same time as the SWDPR. So in light of the MIQ questions, we felt that it would be more appropriate to have regard to those documents rather than being requiring schemes to be compliant with them. We also feel that the policies within the plan cover many of the issues that the board is concerned about, and we feel that the plan adequately addresses their concerns.
Thank you. I think that's one where we've got the information from both sides and we need to just make a decision on which way. Thank you. So question 52. Is about, I think, the first homes reference. So would you like to outline your updated position on that one?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, which question are we on? 52? Yeah. This is where the tenure split requirements, percentage split requirements in Part E of the policy were referring to first homes. And in light of the changes made to the latest MPPF, which no longer requires 25% first homes, it gives a greater consideration to social rented properties, for example. We feel that it might be helpful for the policy to also not refer to first homes in the way that it did, and to instead we're suggesting a tenure mix of 70% social rented and 30% affordable home ownership products. Yeah.
Okay, Savills.
Thank you. I just think it's just suggest an amendment, really, just running through the proposed amendments to policy SWDPR 18 criterion E. There's a specific reference towards social rented housing and affordable home ownership by tenure, by type. So I think that's just a bit excessive, really. So, and it's not really necessary, and should simply really state that the proposed mix of affordable housing should accord with the most recent assessment of housing need or similar. So either through the latest SHMA or local housing need assessments where a neighbourhood plan is proposed. So I think, in the words of Inspector Lewis from yesterday, less is more, really. So I think, yeah, that amendment should be proposed.
Okay, that's criterion E you were talking about. E.
So yeah. Yeah.
Would the council like to respond on that suggestion?
The SHMA refers to the need for social rented properties, and the MPPF gives great emphasis on the provision of social rented. There is a high affordability issues in South Worcestershire, and these are reflected in the SHMA. And if the reference to first homes is taken out, it feels that it would be more appropriate to assign those to social rented rather than for it to be sort of determined on a case-by-case situation each time an application is submitted. It's helpful to have that set out. Obviously, if there are reasons for that 10-year split to be differed, then those can be considered at the time of the planning application. But I think it's helpful for all concerned that they're set out in the policy.
Okay, thank you. HBF?
I think this is indicative of the problem of moving in a transitional period. The policies in place at the time, December 2023, talk about first homes, and if you're going to apply the policies about 2023, you have to apply first homes. The reality is nobody's going to be proposing first homes because they're either dead or dying. No one's quite sure if they've been killed off by the new government yet, but we suspect the next version of the MPPF will make it absolutely clear that they're dead, but at the moment they're still dying, and you can't pick and choose the bits of the 2024 framework to apply and not. So again, I've got great sympathy with you, the inspectors, in trying to wrangle your way around this. I think we would be concerned if it was just switched to social rent and shared ownership, because that's not what was tested. What was tested was first homes. We already have problems with viability appraisal. We already have problems with concerns about delivery. We already have requested flexibility. So I am sympathetic to an arrangement that first homes shouldn't be mentioned because it's not realistic, it's not pragmatic, it's not sensible, but technically they should be. But realistically, they shouldn't be. So therefore, taking them out is appropriate, but replacing them with something else is probably not appropriate, and the sensible, logical, practical way forward that I think would withstand any potential legal inference is that you should remove the reference to first homes, but not replace it with anything else. It should be determined based on the information available, because I suspect by the time this plan is actually implemented, there'll be more guidance in the new MPPF that clarifies that first homes are dead and what they should be replaced with. And the government said it supports social rented, but that's the new government that wasn't in place, under which time this plan is being examined. So you can't pick and choose bits of the 2024 MPPF. That would bring the whole thing into disrepute. And then objectors to plan applications would rightly not be happy about the local plan.
So would your proposal be something similar to the one just given by Saville?
Yeah, I think something along the lines of what Saville's proposed is a sensible, pragmatic way forward that doesn't run into problems of going beyond what you're supposed to do in this examination.
Okay, Tetlow King.
Thank you. I hear what's being said. I am pleased that first homes is being removed from the policy. And I'm just conscious of the comment that the officer made about being able to provide flexibility on the tenure split when it comes to an application, and being able to consider that. And I know I mentioned 100% affordable housing schemes earlier, and I'm going back to that again. We consider that for large affordable schemes, schemes that deliver a higher number of affordable housing and 100% schemes of affordable housing, how it is important to consider the flexibility for the tenure split there, because there's potential for a large element of affordable housing to actually help balance the mix of the community. And just having a straight 70%, 30% split for larger schemes can be, basically, I'd quite like the policy to have a reference in there that there would be flexibility for larger schemes of affordable housing.
Just 2 points there, really, if you want to respond on them.
Just a point of clarity, when you mean larger schemes, do you mean 100% affordable housing schemes?
I do, yes, but there's also, there could be instances where there are schemes for affordable, where there are, let's say, more than 50 affordable houses, and we're trying to wrap my brains for what would be an appropriate threshold, but I think schemes of, say, more than 50 units would be important to consider that should trigger a consideration of a flexible approach to the tenure split. But I think as long as there is a comment in a sentence in the policy that allows for flexibility, then that would be able to be considered.
It's fine. Have you got anything more to add, or?
There is that flexibility in the policy already. It says unless it can be demonstrated that this mix is not viable or local need has demonstrated a need for a different affordable housing tenure for the site. So I think that's in there already. With regard to the 100% affordable housing schemes, the way that we tend to operate it is that the 40% affordable housing, that the policy compliant 40%, we have encouraged the tenure split in regard to the policy, but for the remaining 60%, then there's likely to be more flexibility, if that makes sense. So that's what's happened in the past. So I think the policy as worded covers that point. I don't think it needs anything else.
Okay, given the approach there with the policy compliant affordable housing, having the split, and then greater flexibility on the remainder, I would accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. So question 53, I think we have covered, unless anybody wants to go back there. So question 54 is about the affordable housing supplementary planning document, the timing of that really, and whether it's needed or when. So the authorities have set out their position in their statement. I don't really have any further questions on that unless anybody wants to raise anything in particular. HPF, yeah.
A lot of my time objecting to references to SPDs in policy. I think the general consensus from all the examinations in public I've been at is that SPDs should only be referred to in supporting text to be clear that they are supplementary, and it cannot be that SPDs are given local plan policy weight through being included in a reference in a local plan. So hopefully that is clear and unambiguous, and you will agree with all the other inspectors I've made this point to. But I would plead to all of the councils and anyone else in the room to stop doing it, because it's an absolute waste of everybody's time for me to have to make the same point over and over again. SPD should be in supporting text and not in policy.
Yeah, did you want to respond? Or? It's fine. I mean, I can just take that away. You don't.
Sorry. No. Yeah, I think we're fairly oh dear. I think we're fairly agnostic about this, because we will prepare one and it will explain how 18 is to be implemented. So whether it's in H or not, it probably doesn't make too much of a difference. So we'll leave it to you whether you think it should stay in the policy or go into the reason justification.
Okay, so I'm conscious that previously we promised that we'd be finishing at 5, and it's getting close to 5. So we can either agree to carry on a bit, if that suits everybody and they're able to. If we did that, we could perhaps try and pull some of the policies that people are here for up the agenda and get those done first, and then leave the other ones lower down the agenda in case we do overrun and have to push these into another session. I don't even know who's going to start with that. I'll ask the council for their views on any of those approaches.
Well, Madam, I think we're probably quite keen to try and finish this matter this evening, provided we're not here till midnight. I suppose it depends on the appetite for the representatives and how much they want to say about the remaining policies. I'm hopeful that perhaps they're not going to be unduly wrong. But perhaps you might just want to take a rain check around the room as to how much airtime do they think they need?
For childcare reasons, but you have addressed all of my points. If you're happy for me to leave, I'm happy for this session to continue without me, if that's acceptable to everybody.
Anybody else with strong views on how long they can be here or whether they need to leave, and if there's anything that needs pulling up the agenda?
Just to say, Madam, I will have to leave too, but I don't think there's anything that concerns me in what's to follow.
Likewise.
Okay.
Well, we don't seem to have too many takers for those who want to stay. So.
Yeah, just say I was going to comment on question 55, but things I was going to say are in our written statements in response to the questions. So I'm happy not to go through that if it saves time. That's right.
If you're here for 55 and you need to leave before you think we've done the others, we can just go to 55 now and then you'll be sure you've done it.
Shall I go?
Question and then you can... Oh, so you were next up anyway, I see now. 55 was next up anyway. Sorry, we're getting really confused. Would you like to speak?
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. We're happy to leave now because none of the matters questions relate to what we're here for, but we would like to speak to Mr. Rudge before we head out, if we can borrow him for 5 minutes, rather than waiting until the very end. Thanks.
We're more than happy for that to take place. Yeah, thank you.
I think rather than us trying to carry on while people are leaving, which I wasn't quite expecting, we'll have a 5-minute break while people clear away, and then whoever is interested, we'll carry on. we'll move to question 55, which is about rural exception sites and policy 19. So what is the justification for the rural exception site should not exceed whichever is the lesser of 5% of the number of dwellings within the main built-up area of the village or 1 hectare, and would that be effective? So it is explained at length in the authority's statement. I don't really have any further questions on that, so I'll hand over.
Thank you. Well, really, our position is supporting those kind of thresholds, and the basis for that is with rural exception sites. Key point is that they're supposed to be small sites. Yeah, sorry about that. So with rural exception sites, I'm just going to start again then. One of the key things is they're supposed to be small sites. And I think one of the key issues in terms of what constitutes small is whether they're proportionate to the existing settlement. In the board's guidance in our position statement on landscape-led development, we applied 2 questions as to whether a proposal would be proportionate. One is whether it would increase the number of dwellings in a settlement by more than 5%, as in this policy, and the other is whether it would increase the area of a settlement by more than 5%. And those 2 questions come from 2 different sources. So in terms of increasing the number of dwellings by more than 5%, that really comes from South Downs National Park Authority. They did an assessment of sites within the national park, which were being put forward as allocations to see whether they constituted major development. And one of the factors they took into consideration was the size of the allocations compared to the existing settlement. And basically, looking through all the sites they considered, it appears that if a site would have increased the number of dwellings by more than 5%, then they would have considered that to be a major development in the context of what is now paragraph 190 of the NPPF. So we thought that that was an appropriate threshold to use for proportionality in that context. And in terms of 5% of the area of the settlement, that comes from the NPPF. And I think it's the only definition of proportionate in the NPPF, and that's paragraph 76 and footnote 36, which relate to community-led development exception sites. So paragraph 76 says that community-led development exception sites should be adjacent to existing settlements and proportionate in size to them. And then footnote 36 explains proportionate by stating that they should not be larger than 1 hectare in size or exceed 5% of the existing settlement. And again, we thought that that's an appropriate threshold to use for proportionate and also appropriate in the context of rural exception sites, because we think similar principles should apply in terms of size for both rural exception sites and community-led exception sites. So that's our position on that issue. And I suppose in theory, the rural exceptions policy site might be useful to make reference to the should not exceed 5% of the should not exceed the settlement size by more than 5% as well. But I think the main thrust is that 5% threshold is an appropriate one to use in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any comments on that note? Tetlow King.
Thank you. You'll have seen our matter statement, and we make quite a few comments and gave examples of rural exception sites in relation to the 5% and the 1 hectare cap. We consider that the policy isn't effective and it's not justified. The cap is too restrictive. So we've provided examples of recent rural exception sites in South Worcestershire where they exceed these limits but were allowed because in those cases it was taken into account site and settlement characteristics such as open space, of course the local housing need, and new requirements such as B&G. The council says in its matter statement that the 5% to 1 hectare are in line with footnote, I've got it as 35 of the MPPF, the September 24 version. But the footnote refers only to community-led exception sites, not to rural exception sites. And I think if the framework was intended to, the framework would be explicit, it would include rural exception sites in that threshold. My client Bromford are looking at rural exception schemes in South Worcestershire and elsewhere, which would be at, above these caps. And if they can't provide it, then local housing need would not be met, and those sites won't come forward. Thank you.
I thought it was your colleagues. Would you like to respond?
Thank you. Yes. The MPPF, when it talks about rural exception sites, does talk about small sites in rural areas. Rural exception sites over the years have got larger and larger for villages. And I appreciate that the MPPF doesn't specifically restrict rural exception sites to the suggestion that that is made in the policy, but it is felt that that's helpful to explain to developers and the local community what size site would be appropriate for to come forward as a rural exception site. It's not saying that additional sites shouldn't come forward in those villages. What it's trying to say is that it should be a small site as required by the MPPF, and the use of the 5% or the 1 hectare seemed, because it's already made in the MPPF, although it's not made for rural exception sites, it felt that it would be helpful in this particular instance to make the same restrictions for rural exception sites.
Thank you. Did you want to? I mean, I can take both sides of that away unless there's anything actually you want to add.
It's just to reiterate that the MPPF does not set out this requirement that the 5% of the 1 hectare for rural exception sites, so there must be a reason for that. And I believe the reason is that related to entry-level exception sites and now community-led exception sites. The council's acknowledged the affordable housing need, and CPRE said earlier that there's a disproportionate level of affordable housing being provided in rural areas. And the examples are appeals where the inspector actually disagreed with the council and found that they were small sites that were proportionate to the settlements that they were on the edge of. So that's all I can say. Thank you.
I'd just like to add that at appeals, inspectors have said that small isn't defined in the local plan. We're trying to address that by defining it in the local plan.
So question 56, which is still in relation to policy 19. It's another one about the compliance or otherwise with the management plans. And I think you've got the same, basically, main modification on that. Do you want to just outline what that is, please?
Yes, again, this refers to having regard to the national landscape management plans rather than being in compliance with them. So we're suggesting that it just has regard to them and we the same reasons as set out before.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Did you want to come in there? Yeah.
Yes, I think, as we said in our submission in response to questions, I think that the policy already explicitly addresses the things we say in the management plan and in the housing position statement on this issue in terms of the percentage of affordable housing and so on. So in this particular instance, I don't think the two things need to be repeated. So I don't think it necessarily needs the bit about the management plan in this particular policy, because what it says in the management plan is already explicitly addressed in another part of the policy. Yeah. So I said it's probably not necessary to have both SWDPR 19 for subparagraph 6 and 19.6 subparagraph 4. So I think we recommended that 19.6.2 should be deleted and 19.6.4 should be retained. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, you're suggesting that, are we talking about A6.2? Yes. So we could delete that, is what you're suggesting? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're happy with deleting, we're happy to delete that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so question 57 is about the SPD. Again, and you've made the same response again, which we'll consider. So I don't have anything else on that unless anybody else does. So we'll move to policy 19A, which is first homes exception sites. Question 58 is what is the justification for the site limits? That's the 5% and the 1 hectare again. And would this be effective? So again, you've made your response in your statements. There are a number of MMs not covered in the statement, but that are in the table. So it's just really why those are needed and for soundness, because there's a few of them and none of them are mentioned as in this statement as to why they're proposed.
I think with regard to the first homes exception site, I think
looking at it, it's just similar changes to the ones that are in the rural exception sites. I know, it's very confusing. I do apologise. Because actually looking at it, it isn't that at all, is it? It's just saying that a modification to Part A, change to Part A, beyond the national landscapes, delete reference to areas of outstanding natural beauty, and then I suggesting a change so that it, instead of rural designated areas, which I got the wrong way round, it said designated rural areas. That's the only change, I think.
So those are the only changes to 19A. The ones on the other page are about criterion A of the other policy. Sorry, my mic wasn't on, but you can hear. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, question 59 is about the SPD, and we've covered that. That's the third time that's come up, so I'll take the responses being the same. Sorry, I'm completely not looking in your direction. Did you have something?
It's actually a general point on all of these affordable housing that we've got policy issues in footnotes, and on occasions they might be better in the glossary or inserted into the policy. In the case of development boundaries, it comes up in several different places. I've outlined them in my statement. And that probably belongs in the glossary, and possibly slightly better defined. That's about all.
Yeah, that's a point that we've raised, sort of a cross-cutting one about footnotes and use of that. Yeah.
Yes, we've already been ticked off by the inspectors about footnotes, so we're taking that point away. So you've ticked us off as well now. So thank you.
So I think we're moving on to question 60 and policy 21 for replacement dwellings in the open countryside. So the question is about criterion 3. There's a justification provided in your statement. There's an suggested, again, about the footnote here. And there's another to one of the criterion, which I just need to find.
The policy proposed changes. Oh, sorry.
And if you found it. Yes, it was criterion 4. So the second one down in the table. The question was, what does it do and why is it needed for soundness?
The proposed change is made because it is considered to better explain what is meant by that element of the policy. It's worded in a more user-friendly manner, and therefore will make the policy more effective.
I've got a note actually on my own document. I think this might have arisen out of my suggestions. It's not substantive. I think it is literally just to make the policy more legible, really. So I think that's probably down to me, but I think it was literally just to make it more understandable because I thought it perhaps wasn't very understandable.
Like a polishing or an effectiveness point, really. Yeah, fine. And then there's a new criterion B that's coming as well about the replacement of ancillary outbuildings. Does that fall under the same?
I think that one was above my pay grade because I think that was an officer suggestion, so I'll let Duggan do that.
It was added because it was felt that the policy didn't restrict the size of outbuildings, and it was felt that as it was a replacement dwelling in the open countryside, there should be some element of control over the outbuilding that was missing from the policy originally, and therefore it's suggested as an addition for your consideration.
That's fine. Obviously, we need to consider all of those because there will be hours and we'll have to be satisfied that they're needed for soundness. That's the reason we have to mention them all.
Yeah, Madam, if you look at the reason justification at paragraph 8.3 to that policy, you'll see that there's an additional sentence at the end which is seeking to control detached garages and outbuildings, and it just seemed more sensible that it should go into the policy.
So moving to question 61 is about policy 22, dwellings for rural workers. Again, we've seen the explanation in the statement. You've made a modification to criterion A to refer to the gross internal area rather than floor space, I think. Correct me if that's not right, though.
Yes, but the modification refers to gross internal area, yeah, rather than net usable floor space.
That's presumably just for clarity reasons, is it?
Yes, that's just for clarity, yeah.
So there's another addition to C, I think. So can you just run me through what that does?
Yeah, it's just trying to make sure that the actual accommodation is fit for somebody to live in. That's all. That is what the intention of that addition is.
Okay, that's fine. So that's another one that we just need to consider these as to, yeah.
I think that was just to make sure that temporary or seasonal accommodation is actually fit for human habitation.
So question 62 is about policy 24, the reuse of rural buildings. You've got a modification to add the word traditional before rural buildings. I suppose my question is, how are you going to be defining traditional?
Good question. We'll take that one away. Yes.
There is an attempt to do it in paragraph in one of the footnotes, 79. You'll probably see the purpose behind the policy. It's trying to focus on rural buildings which are of traditional nature. It's a bit like an elephant, you know what it is, but it's hard to describe one. But that's, I think, that's what we were trying to do there, by including that there.
Might be just one of those where the footnote needs to be in in the supporting text, and then we all know what everybody's talking about. Yeah.
I think that's probably right. I think it just needs to go into the reason justification as to how the policy is to be implemented.
Okay, so that brings us to question 63, which is about policy 25, extensions to residential curtilage beyond a defined development boundary. And the question relates to criterion E, which is concerning the national permitted development rights, and whether that's to do so is, as drafted, is consistent with the MPPF. So I think there's a suggested modification on this one as well to that criterion. I think there's a suggestion that you might like one, but you haven't drafted it. Is that?
Changes to policy 25, madam. 25, we're on 25. Have you found it, madam? It's just, yes, it's at the end of the main suggested changes for chapter 3. The last page.
Would you like a copy? Changing E, but without the. So is that in the AMs and I've missed it?
The changes refer to, as far as I'm aware, refer to part
A.
Part A.
Part
Part
A1.
A. But you're quite right, madam, in my response to your question.
You've raised the issue of criterion E, and we've said we'll welcome discussions about anything to help avoid ambiguity if you feel that there is some.
Okay, so that's for us. We can take that away. That's fine. Yeah. Yes, and the other ones are in both of those documents and are self-explanatory. That's fine. Right, so I think that's everything, unless anybody has any extra comments on the ones we've been through while everyone else wasn't. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. I'll just check. Did you have anything whilst we're finishing on this matter 6?
Not particularly. I just wanted, I have seen applications to turn tin sheds into houses, which is clearly inappropriate, and I'm glad to see that buildings have to be a permanent and substantial construction.
Did the council want to comment on that? I think that is reflected in some of the discussions we had earlier about the outbuilding.
Yes, that's why we've suggested the policy be changed to refer to traditional rural buildings, notwithstanding what can be done under permitted development rights.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll thank you also for staying late and letting us get through this one, because we're on quite a tight schedule, so we needed to do it really. Yeah, so I'll close for today, and we'll see you all next week. Thank you.